truth was masked by golden curtains. You didn't know we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. You didn't know we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. No union, I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation.
cosmic flight, holding on to the stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. You will find more real. within the dark race, guided by echoes of ancient ways. You will find your reflection within this connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
In a basal lab alone with my mind, stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I've still been cast away. Alienated from the aids of that inventor in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, whining and boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
It's investment for your mind.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treat it fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust.
Welcome back, everybody, to the pregame show for the League of Extraordinary Inventors. This is the pregame show before the main show starts at 9 p.m. So, welcome, everybody. I'm your host, the Benefactor. You all know me. I'm an independent researcher. I first have to make sure my mic is working. Always got to double check. All right, so starting with a massive shout out to our Patreon and YouTube members and supporters. Anybody who is a member or has used a super chat, I really appreciate your support. The latest Patreon supporter is Dustin Gab Moser, coming in with a $20 Benefactor tier, which is our highest tier, which really helps me out this month. This show still exists because of your generosity, and I can't be more grateful. More shout-outs to Mike Does, Charles Milligan, and Michelle Morel, who has also helped me keep this show on the air. From the bottom of my heart, guys, I can't put words together that can relay the level of gratitude that I have. Before we dive into tonight's main show, let's warm up with an update from Malcolm Bendel from the Alchemical Science continuation of their interview with Malcolm Bendel on a podcast, the Grammarica podcast. And then we'll do a quick refresher on one of the most mysterious forces in the universe, magnetism. Right. One of my favorite topics. So, Ken Wheeler, you know, the guy who talks about magnets like they're his besties. He says, mainstream science is missing some key points. So what's the deal? Here's a crash course on Ken Wheeler's missing secrets of magnetism tonight for you guys. Wheeler style, but with extra emojis. I know previously I had to, with great pain, debunk Ken's stance on economics, which boiled down to old Cold War propaganda instead of well-thought-out, researched arguments. Today we're going to raise Ken up a little bit and give him the credit he deserves, albeit in the area of his actual expertise, magnetism. Before we go into that, though, I do want to give you guys a quick background on Ken's economic fallacies, just because I think it's important to point out, the facts. And it's important to have all the facts. Now, I'm only providing context here because I think it's essential to have all the facts instead of ignoring the facts. But the fact is that Ken Wheeler's beliefs regarding Marxism are actually a caricature. That's to say his arguments against Marxism are not only not very well thought out, they're also distortions that have little to do with what Marx had to actually teach us. So this proves that even a genius can require help in areas they are not familiar with, and that's where I come in. So we're going to watch a quick chapter on that, and I'm going to explain these fallacies real quick before we go into his missing secrets of magnetism.
A synergistic relationship. Politics and economics are intricately intertwined. They share a synergistic relationship. You cannot fully analyze one without analyzing the other and their dialectical relationship. There is a reason why these two topics were once taught together in a class known as political economy. Ken starts off his premise about Marxism by reinforcing a basic caricature that presents itself in the form of an age-old strawman attack.
That they'll come after you. There are places in the United States, by the way, where it's illegal to harvest rainwater falling on your land. There's New Mexico, places in Colorado. I'm sure there's tons of places in California. To me, that's absolutely ludicrous. It's going to fall anyway. But there's this, let's call it a Marxist idea that the water belongs to everybody.
This strawman, as you will see in a minute, is built up out of false assumptions and misunderstandings of the very basics of Marxism. Ken made a shockingly easy mistake. He goes on to say that it is a Marxist idea that rainwater should belong to everyone. This is a comment that relates to Ken's frustration with some states not allowing you to collect rainwater on your own property.
Hey, Crypto, I hope you're doing well too, buddy. I know it's hard times out there, but I hope everybody's hanging in there.
However, anyone who has studied Marxism knows this is confusing private property with personal property.
Okay, so yeah, let's go over this real quick, because private property in today's language is different than Marx's language. Okay, you have to think this was written over 100 years ago, so his language was different. His definitions of things were different. So when you want to understand what he was trying to teach us, you have to understand things from his perspective and not the perspective of somebody now, right? In our terms, in our language. So by private property, Marx wasn't describing your own property, right, as an individual. He was describing private property as anything used to contribute to the means of production. So basically capital. And I have to remind people that you might believe in capitalism, but if you don't own any capital, you're not a capitalist, you're just a worker, right? It's like rooting for the team, but you're not a part of the team. You don't have no capital. When the team wins, you don't win. When capitalists win with their tax cuts, you as a worker doesn't win. So, and that's the important distinction here to make, is personal property is your toothbrush, your personal residence, fruits of your labor, your money, or your own land for personal cultivation, not private property, which is anything like factories, land used for commercial and industrial purposes, surplus of value, okay, which is used, which is accumulated by all the workers' labor input.
Marx could care less about your personal property. What he cared about was what he called private property. Now, private property to Marx was anything that could contribute to the means of production. Ken clearly conflates the basic ideas of private versus personal property to build a strawman fallacy so that Marxism is easier to attack.
Let's call it a Marxist idea. Marxist idea.
Anyone who has actually studied Marxism would notice this mistake right away. It's been used by business interests for decades to attack the very legitimate scientific critique of our capitalist dominant system.
All right, because I don't want to go too much further into this. I just wanted to touch base on my perspective and my contributions to the fringe science here and how economics is very relevant. And it is important to correct people when they make mistakes. Not to be a jerk, but because I care about these people and they're allies in this realm and I want to raise them up. So Ken's criticism of Marxism stems from two fallacies specifically, meant to confuse you about the actual source material. These logical fallacies confuse private property, which is factories, businesses, or resources used to generate profit, with personal property, or your belongings, your house, your toothbrush. They then exaggerate this confusion by claiming Marxists believe things like rainwater on your property should belong to everyone, which simply isn't true. Marx criticized the organization of labor under capitalism. He could care less about your damn toothbrush or your house for that matter. This misrepresentation is a strawman fallacy, distorting an idea to make it easier to attack, and often becomes a reductio ad absurdum fallacy, which is exaggerating the distortion to absurd levels. A reductio ad absurdum fallacy is an invalid argument that uses false or absurd conclusions to prove something is false. It is a type of logical fallacy, which is an argument that's based on faulty reasoning process. Okay, Ken Wheeler got to this place by not actually understanding or probably even reading Marx. He is just regurgitating old Cold War propaganda probably spread by the CIA. That's not to say that I hate Ken or think he's my enemy. Ken is a part of the working class. To me, he's a great ally. He talks about pursuing science over greed and self-interest. We need more people like this. However, I cannot stand idly by while my friends make basic mistakes that will one day land them on the wrong side of history. Capitalism is failing. It was always going to fail. Anyone who believes otherwise is not going to wind up looking good centuries down the line when our grandchildren are reading about us and our generation and what we did to solve the problems of our time. If you do not learn history, you are doomed to repeat it. The cycle has been on repeat for thousands of years already. Economic systems are born, they evolve, and then they eventually succumb to their internal contradictions and implode with class struggles over and over again. Let's stop at this time. All right, so a quick Bendel update. All right, so the previous video from the Gramerica show on alchemical science mentioned Biden wanted to cause World War III. This was interesting. I mean, he is a neoliberal, but I also found that both interesting and hilariously ironic, with literally a fascist administration being sworn in on January 20th. For 2025, the inauguration is scheduled specifically on January 20th, which is also ironic because this date also falls on the federal holiday of the Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I digress with that. That aside, the Biden narrative is it just another regurgitated right-wing talking point propaganda? Or is it actually a well-thought-out, cogent argument? So let's keep an open mind for both possibilities and find out together, because I think they will be talking about this. It is labeled as orbs, suppression, World War III, plasmoids, and disclosure. And the previous video did touch on that subject. So I'll be watching this for the first time with you now.
Welcome to Alchemical Science.
I'm going to mute the music. This is Jordan from Alchemical Science. He is an awesome researcher. He's been working with Malcolm Bendel and Bob Grenier, and he is a personal hero of mine, one of the legends of renewable energy.
Story.
Well, I was just talking about there. I just gave a warning and said, you know, I'm an ambassador of the plasmoids, they're the most powerful entities in the universe. Do not think that you can just play with me without any consequences. There will be consequences. You just don't play with the most powerful entities in the universe as if, you know, you have, impunity. And with the acknowledgement that's been, from all of the institutes and everything, NASA had, a couple of hours with people, a whole sequence of people from all, from the Department of Energy and military people, Hal Puthoff and all the rest of it, admitting that, what they called lattice-based, lattice confinement fusion is real. But at the same times, trying to keep the initiative or trying to keep the narrative, and just try and, go from, oh yeah, we said it didn't work, we lied about it, but, oh, this is so dangerous, we shouldn't be doing it. Well, what is dangerous is having a senile, Democrat ready to push a red button because he thinks it's the toilet flush. That's where we're at in the world, which is a crazy situation to be in when somebody that's been deemed by a court to be incapable to stand trial because they're incompetent has the red button sitting on his desk. So, and by Biden announcing that he was going to put nuclear weapons into Ukraine, I mean, he literally is trying to start World War III before Trump goes in.
See, that is not a bad argument to make. The war machine has to keep going. The military-industrial complex has to keep going somehow. I think maybe pushing the red nuclear button is a little over-exaggeration or hyperbole on Biden's part, but he is not wrong. He is incompetent as a president, in my opinion. But going into this next administration, we have an egotistical narcissist in an even more dangerous situation because this narcissist is a fascist as well, or displays fascistic qualities, which are very alarming.
Which is despicable, along with destroying the panels which were built at great expense to taxpayers, selling them as scrap. I mean, the situation at the moment for any sentient being, including biological and non-biological, is extraordinary, where and it needs all of the 144,000. Now, the 144,000 in Revelation is the enlightened ones, but also comes from the enlightened ones is relates back to Solomon's molten sea, the wisest man to have ever lived, and he had 2,000 baths, a measure in the molten sea, which is the plasmoid generator and charger for the Ark of the Covenant. And so, but that 2,000 baths is 144,000 hin. So what it's relating to, Revelation 11:11, is relating to the fact that the plasmoids are the most powerful entity in the universe, going back to the Sanskrit text and the Vajra and the new company name Vajra, which is a plasmoid generator, produces plasmoids. Vidrit, ball lightning, which has the capability to synthesize matter. And obviously, as I said, in 1934, you had the Oliphant and Rutherford discovery of the two hydrogens coming together as helium, and 3 heliums is carbon and 4 heliums is oxygen. So basically, that book, Roland Perry, who wrote my book, my biography, The Shaman, which documents, the struggle to get the recognition of plasmoids out there. And as I said, I'm really elated that my main goal this year was to get plasmoids recognized as being entities that are conscious, and those entities are the future for humanity, and we can go off planet with them, and we can have a new industrial revolution. No more scarcity, just plenty for everyone. No need to cull the population.
I think the key word there is revolution. And we really do need some kind of peaceful revolution of the mind here. People need to be waking up to the reality that free energy exists. It's been suppressed under a oppressive capitalist economic system that suppresses competition and funnels wealth to the top echelons of society, ensuring the conditions of its own existence by blocking out world-changing technology that could level the playing field economically. Now think about that for a minute. That is some really damning analysis, and it is a full analysis. It encompasses all aspects of society rather than ignoring the large contribution that the organization of labor under a capitalist system has played to the suppression of world-changing technology and the history of economic systems being born, evolving, and then dying because of revolution between class tensions, class struggles. And we still have those class struggles. You feel them every day you go to work. And it's not something that's just going to simply go away by a quick fix or a patch or a marginal effort. It is going to require that people wake up and start demanding things change, right? And I'm not talking about violence here. We want to avoid the violent threshold, because there always comes to a threshold, as seen in the revolutions of the early slave systems. And with the feudalist system, with the French Revolution, we always see that it always comes to a threshold where the pitchforks come out when the inequality becomes too great that the people have literally nothing to lose, because they are the majority there. And that's what elitists are actually afraid of right now. That is the deep state, ladies and gentlemen, the successful unification of corporate and state power. The deep state isn't some left-wing socialist conspiracy. No, it is the right-wing and individualist conspiracy to maximize profit and hold on to that limited amount, or that amount of power that you have with a very centralized and limited circle of control. Right? It's centralized power at its damnest.
Bill Gates and his 500 million optimum population. I don't know whether anyone's that brain dead stupid that they didn't realize he was saying, let's exterminate 8.5 billion people, which I would have thought was a crime against humanity and treason against humanity. It should have the death penalty attached to that statement. The fact that people can so blithely just, talk about exterminating most of the population of the earth is just so repugnant and so evil, is that it defies belief that people, can get away with sprouting such rubbish, putrid rubbish. That at the moment, it's still the fact that, the diesel is 100 times more the energy density than a battery. And to get rid of societies run on energy, to get rid of Fuel is a death sentence for the world, and those in power know it. The fact that Biden's tried to close down the oil industry in America, would have been just suicide. And the fact is that you can't replace the internal combustion engine. There's nothing at the moment to replace it.
Quick touch on that. That's absolutely right. You can't just switch from one economic system to the next. You have to have some kind of easy transition between the two. Any kind of rocky or sudden jolting and disruption is going to cause a lot of chaos within especially local economies for poor people. So you're absolutely right, Malcolm, on that. You can't just stop the oil influx. You have to be smart about it because the world does still run on oil. You can't just switch it overnight.
And all these lies about the hydrogen economy. Well, newsflash, in 1974, I finished 2 years of research that my school financed for me and proved that, destroying hydrocarbons is the only way to get, even partly economical hydrogen, although, when I did it, it was only a 50% return. So I said to my headmaster after 2 years of research of trying to build a car that ran on water when I was 16 years old, he said, "Bendel, how'd you go?" I said, "Mr. Barnfield, sir, it's an intellectual fraud. Why would you possibly lose 50% of your energy in a hydrocarbon just to provide you with hydrogen? It's insane. It doesn't make any sense." Reality check, that was 1974. And now we're in 2024 and people were saying, "Oh, isn't it fantastic?" Then I looked up online, like, okay, maybe something's changed. No, 95% of the hydrogen is coming from the destruction of hydrocarbons. Totally insane, and designed disaster, like.
And we seen I think a lot of those effects prove that they're true because a lot of the smog and pollution went down in areas during the pandemic, specifically that were shut down. You could see I think areas of, it was either Japan or China, the pollution and local smog went down significantly because the people and transportation system was down significantly. Everybody was on lockdown. So that makes sense. If you could retrofit his thunderstorm generator to all the transportation, at least, and the factories, I think those are the main two. All the cars on the road, all the trucks on the road, combined with the 10 companies that contribute to 90% of the global emissions on a global scale, right? Because again, you have 10 companies that contribute 90% of the, or eight, no, I'm sorry, I think it's 70%. 70% of the world's global emissions come from 10 companies and their factories all over the world. So just think about that for a minute. And he can retrofit his thunderstorm generator onto those factories and industries. And as we've seen during the Cosmet Summit, we can do that with a vehicle too. So we have the solution there for basically 99% or so of the world's global pollution. Whether you believe in climate change or not, this is definitely a good thing that we clean up the atmosphere, right? I'm not going to make a debate on climate change at this point, but I will say that it doesn't matter if you believe in climate change or not, we still have a big pollution problem and a smog problem, right? And we want to clean up the air for our future generations so they're not choked out. Like some kind of, dystopian Judge Dredd, reality.
Or planned disaster like the pandemic, obviously Vajra Vidrat Vendetta is, in honor of the film V for Vendetta, was about a planned epidemic. And I think that movie was quite prophetic. But also, in the case of Martin Fleischmann,
it's very prophetic because if you look at V for Vendetta, it's literally about revolution.
And in case of everyone like Stanley Meyer, Paul Pantene, all the people that tried to bring forward this sort of plasmoid technology were all murdered.
So
you
can
know.
I summarize that quickly? Are you saying that so the electrolysis process is never really going to be efficient? You could do it through your technology kind of instead?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously our technology is the answer to everything, and that's why it's been opposed. But it's interesting that
Ways.
manipulations, just evil manipulations, even anything from all the crop, you know, um, poisoning and poisons, all of that, big pharma, all those poisons, and Fauci and his manufactured Wuhan lab virus, which I was the chief scientist in China, and in 2008 I was taken to that lab and told that they were doing, good work for the world, and I examined the lab, had a day in it, and I said, this is just a biological warfare lab. And by the way, I did look up your speech in 1956 when you said we can't beat the United Nations in a conventional war, a nuclear war, but we can, and that's at the opening speech of the Wuhan lab. We can use this lab to build a biological weapon that we can use against the West, and that is white males, right? So let's get it very clear. I was there. Fauci should be executed after a fair trial, but I think the evidence is already there. So any fair-minded person would come to the conclusion that locking up and detaining the whole world, on the basis of a virus that you have created is a crime against humanity, and it's treason against the US when basically both Democrats and Republicans, Barack Obama and Trump both banned that gain of function research, and it was carried on, illegally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that gives you the background for the 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 whole plasmoid thing, because it's the same issue. The issue is those who are the dumbest people we went to school
Never
with,
heard that one before.
who
I'll
are
have
in
to
charge
do a fact check on that in a little bit.
of government bureaucracies, that once they are determined to extinguish the name and the knowledge of plasmoids, then will do everything in their power to basically erase any memory of them, even though throughout history, Lord Indra asked God for a weapon to use against these demonic forces, and I will call them demonic forces because any government agency, 3-letter or 4-letter, I don't care, that actually uses people's taxpayer money to actually enslave and murder those taxpayers is guilty of treason by definition.
And that's an important critique, because it's it's not that it's false, but I have a feeling he's going to miss the larger implication, which is the government is just a tool to whoever owns the government. If the people own the government is a tool over the people or for the people. If the government is bought and paid for by large corporations, which comprise a small minority of the population, and their interests are contending with the interest of the majority working people, then you have a government that is an instrument over the people by those corporations. So the government is just a tool. The government in and of itself, in a vacuum, isn't inherently evil, right? It's a tool that we use as a society. And I think that's an important distinction to make there, because people often not include that in their analysis of the deep state.
And evil is the disempowerment of people, and good is the empowerment of people. Plasmoids have the capacity they have a non-radiating boundary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not saying that Malcolm's wrong by any means. I think it's important to emphasize that the government isn't just some entity that is evil, right? It's a tool, and it's a tool being used by whoever owns it. And who owns the government right now? The top 10% income earners, right? The top 1% are really who instruct the political realm, right? when there was a survey done on policies that affect working class people, basically we have no policies that affect working class people for their better interests. They all are policies that affect the bottom line of big corporations. So we essentially have a government that is bought and paid for, not by you, the people, but by a few handful of elitist individuals we call the deep state, which is the interconnection between those elitists, corporations, and the government, right? It's a revolving door between corporations and government. And also, what did Mussolini describe as fascism or modern day fascism as he saw it as a fascist, right? He described it as a successful unification of corporate and state power. It's an evolution of fascism we call industrial fascism, and I believe Dr. Greer talks about that as well.
They produce neutrinos, not gamma radiation, and we're putting this all in the paper because having 90 years of saying...
Oh, yeah. The government is definitely being used as a weapon right now against the working class, for no doubt about that, 100%. We have 68,000 people who die in America every year because they lack basic access to basic healthcare services, right? These are basic healthcare services that these people would otherwise be alive, right? These aren't including people with terminal illnesses, this statistic. It's about 60 to 68,000 people in America die each year because our healthcare system is for profit, because it has an incentive to maximize profit and over the quality of service provided. So that's the system we're under right now, and it does affect government because, you know, when you have that much wealth and power, you have to ensure the conditions of your own existence as a capitalist by buying the political realm. You buy politicians with super PACs. We could thank Mr. Reagan for largely contributing to the pattern of corporations being able to buy our government, because people like him argued that money is free speech. So, you know, your $5 you contribute to your favorite politician may be nice, but it's not going to compete against the millions of dollars that the industries are going to contribute to that same politician via super PACs. It is all related. You know, this is all encompassing a larger analysis here on this channel, and it's really important to get the bigger picture of what's going on, because the system is so close to catastrophic failure, and as we know from previous systems, they do die. They succumb to their internal contradictions if these contradictions aren't addressed, and we're not addressing them, and it's getting worse and worse, and it's showing all these red flags, people talking about revolution, and that's bad, right? We want to peacefully transition out of a dying economy. We don't want to violently transition, okay? That's not the goal here, and this is the channel's opportunity, and my opportunity to kind of get that message out there, that without that full analysis of how our current economic system is basically in control of these situations of the technology suppression and the suppression of workers' rights and wages, is all related. It's all related.
Saying they didn't exist, failing to kill me and shut me up, even though they're threatened, you know, and murdered and mutilated, you know, the ones I loved, and did everything in their power to stop us. Failing stopping us, now they're running, oh, yes, they do exist, but they're so dangerous. Well, if they're so dangerous, why aren't I dead? Why not? Why I've been running these things for 10 years.
That's
right?
that's an interesting, you know, fallout from you doing it yourself too, right? You have your own backup to say that, you know.
And you know, they're now the scientific test works there. We took it to the nuclear test labs in North Carolina and proved there was no radiation. You don't have radiation. We lost 80% of our maths and 80% of our language. Here.
And that's important, between a distinction to make between Malcolm's technology and cold fusion technology and stuff they're passing off now regarding battery solutions, which incorporate small amounts of radioactive material, which I don't know if you've been around radioactive material, but I have as a certified nuclear density technician. It's not something that's you want to expose yourself to, whether it's housed in lead or not. Okay, it's very important to realize they want to impose that as a solution instead of cold fusion, which is very safe and doesn't produce, when done in Malcolm's way with the thunderstorm generator, doesn't produce any radiation or anything dangerous other than it heats up the thunderstorm sphere very, very hot. And that's the pretty much the only thing you have to be aware of, that I'm aware of, when building and replicating his technology, which is all open sourced. There is a company that is putting out do-it-yourself kits, Jordan said, I believe, for $7,000. They're available to purchase now. I don't know. He didn't release the name of the company because he didn't want an influx before they had enough stock. But I'm sure the information's out there for those of you who are good researchers and can track that down.
They have nothing to be proud of.
Yeah, but aren't they? I mean, isn't there an argument that they're using that in black projects and they're flying these orbs and drones around, or like with some technology that could be like the gallium type thing?
I'm sure that they are using that. And that's my instinct. I'm sure that they are using those technologies because that's what they've been doing with trillions of dollars a year.
Exactly.
For
The big black
90
triangle.
years.
Yeah.
90 years.
Yeah.
Right. So, in 90 years, we went from the horse and cart to the Model T Ford, right? Let's just do a reality check there. And remember, it was the coach makers that did the frames of the cars, and it was the steam engine guys that knew about rings and pistons that worked on the engineering. So, we got to that stage, and some idiot decided that 90 years ago that they were going to pursue, nuclear power plants and nuclear bombs, whereas the obvious thing was the plasmoids, imploded bubbles, safe technology producing only neutrinos, and so and the with the self-contained electromagnetic field, all of the energy, condensed matter within like compressive self-generated electromagnetic field is like a compressor, and it has a black hole and a white hole, so it'll suck in protons, electrons, and it will keep growing from 10 to the minus 12th in size to to the size of your hair, 100 microns, and then it becomes so much energy, it becomes unstable, and it can hit into the ground as ball lightning, for example, and you'll see all the synthesized elements. You'll see crenulated ion spheres, you'll see diamond tubules, black diamond tubules, you'll see all of the products of fusion, calcium and iron, obviously oxygen, nitrogen. So all these things will be found, and as I said, it's everyone can look up the alpha ladder, and it's well known, well documented, not a mystery. And we should have, people are acting as God and deciding what society does and doesn't get. And, it just gets to the point where the elite are so disconnected from spirituality and disconnected from any ethics, or completely disconnected from any integrity. Their thoughts and actions, they lie. Their thoughts aren't their actions, and they manipulate, and it's just evil oppression. And thank God that Donald Trump is in, and
oh
with
my
Elon Musk
God,
and Space Force, we can apply this technology to make civilizations outside of our planet with ease, because the direct matter to energy drive, you can go to speeds of 450,000 miles an hour. You can read, it's in Winston Bostic's 1957 paper, it's in Ken Shoulder's papers, that figure, as I keep quoting, it's a direct magnetic energy drive is 5,000 times more powerful.
Well, that's disappointing to hear from an absolute genius like Malcolm Bendel, but again, most people do not see the Marxist critique of the economic system of capitalism and previous economic systems and their patterns of class struggles, which are scientifically analyzed under the analytical framework of the dialectical analysis of history, which Marx called historical materialism. So, I mean, this is kind of disappointing because we just went over how, yeah, Biden might be a neoliberal, but Trump displays fascistic tendencies. And whether he's creating a war overseas or here in America, inciting violence, specifically an insurrection, it's nothing good. It's nothing to celebrate, in my opinion, and that's where we disagree. But if you would like to see the full interview with Malcolm Bendel, you can do that. I'm going to post that in the chat right here for you guys. Follow along with the pregame show TV guide. We're going to move on to the missing secrets of magnetism. So enough of that. I know you guys are here for the science tonight, and we want to have a little fun. And magnetism is a topic that I have a very fondness for. So let's bring that up a little bit. Yeah, I would have to disagree with that. I don't think Trump is in it to make America great again. I think he wants to make himself feel great again. As a narcissist, he really only cares about him and his family. And I mean, actions speak louder than words. He put Jared Kushner in charge of Middle Eastern peace. So that's a level of incompetence that I just cannot fathom. We will be going over more of his incompetence on the next episode of the Red Pill series. So that's just the tip of the iceberg. He is completely and utterly incompetent as a president. Yeah, and I'm not going to compare incompetent levels of Biden and Trump. I think they're both incompetent in their own ways. But at the end of the day, Trump is a known narcissist and a pathological liar. He stiffed many of his contract workers working on his hotels and his casinos, and it's specifically construction industry people who are working class, and that is unforgivable in my book. He is a con man and a sleazeball. Roy Cohen was his mentor. Roy Cohen was a piece of shit. So, yeah. You can just throw away the idea that Trump is going to save America, because if you would just look at patterns in history, no time in history has an elitist or rich person, and I'm not talking about rich, I'm talking about billionaire rich. No time in history has an elitist saved the oppression of the bottom half of society, right? It was always, real change always came from the bottom half of society when they said, no more oppression. People like Donald Trump didn't become billionaires because they contributed to society and raised up communities. No, he stepped on people. He took advantage of them. That's how he became a billionaire. You have to look at somebody's character. The content of their character is very important, because it speaks. Actions speak louder than words. Don't listen to somebody's rhetoric. If they're a pathological liar, look into their history. Look into what they did. I mean, it's just, you know, I can't overstate this enough, because it's important. Our society is at a threshold here. We have CEOs being shot in the street. This is when the pitchforks are coming out, and my analysis is key here. I'm trying to give you the critical analytical framework to understand and warn people what's going on and, you know, wake them the hell up. But if people don't want to wake up, you know, I can't force them to take the red pill. It's, at the end of the day, it's more comfortable. I don't blame you taking the blue pill. You just want to forget about it and get through the day. I don't blame you at all. But this is what keeps me up at night. and I really have a passion to try to help you guys understand, help you guys help in my way to help you guys understand the analytical framework of our economic system is very prominent and relevant in the overall fringe science community, and what we're trying to do here with the spiritual awakening, right? Because at the end of the day, it is a spiritual awakening. We are in the Kali Yuga. I believe that's what it's called, the age of ignorance and greed. The ancients predicted this. This is an obstacle we have to overcome, and we can overcome it, but we have to start waking up first. All right, so let's get into magnetism. I got off on a rant there, sorry. Magnetism isn't what you think, okay? Most people think of magnets as those things holding your grocery lists on the fridge. But according to Ken, magnetism isn't just a force or field. It's a hyperboloid dance of energy. Picture the way water swirls down a drain. That's how magnetic energy flows, but in 3D. Pretty cool, huh? Now, what science gets wrong? Magnets don't attract or repel. Instead, they manipulate pressure mediations within a medium Tesla referred to as the luminiferous aether. All right? So most people think of magnets as magical attractors for metal, like when your fridge becomes an art gallery for your kid's latest masterpiece. But Ken says that's just the tip of the iceberg. What's actually happening here? Well, imagine magnetism as energy flowing in loops, kind of like water swirling down a drain, or the way a tornado twists. It's not about pulling or pushing. It's about energy finding a balance in its environment, right? Finding that equilibrium. The big idea here is pressure mediation. Magnets are like nature's engineers, redirecting invisible energy in clever ways. They're not sticking to your fridge because of magnetic lines of force. That's an observation, not an explanation of what's actually happening. They're simply rebalancing the forces around them. Nature's finding equilibrium, like it always does. All right, we always talk about that. Asymmetry in our engineering, because nature likes to find an equilibrium and will give you a little bit more to work with. So for our Q&A section here, if magnets are all about pressure, why do they stick to metal and not plastic? Well, metals have structure that allow magnetic energy to flow through them more easily. Think of it like a straw, easier to push water through than a sponge. Can magnets lose their power? Yeah, if you heat them up or whack them hard enough, you can mess them up pretty bad, right? This messes up their energy flow. Don't do that to your magnets. Magnets need some TLC too. All right. For this segment, we have a somewhat relevant video that I'm going to play. I had very little time to prepare this lecture here for you guys. So we're just going to watch a little bit of this video and then go on to the next segment.
Hey, nobody on Earth has ever seen this before. Each one of these little LED cells emits RGB. You can actually choose whether red, green, or blue, or have it emit white light by emitting all three channels at once, which is what I have turned on right now. All red, green, and blue on each one of these little 5mm LED cells are turned on identically. They're spaced roughly, I think, 1 3/4 inches apart around the ferro cell, invented by Tim Vanderelli. Nobody's ever seen this before, ever. Let's turn off the lights and show you something that proves my theory beyond any shadow of a doubt. Let me see. Let's come to the dielectric inertial plane first. Pardon for the light streaming in. I'm making this video in the daytime, early morning. And what you can see here is red, green, and blue along only the dielectric inertial plane, and you can see one of the poles here is red and one is green. Remember, all LEDs around the ring are emitting RGB at the same time. supposedly to create white light, but it creates white light by emitting RGB at the same time. So, as you see here, now watch. See, this proves not only that the dielectric inertial plane, according to my premise of radial, the z-axis radial dielectric of the missing geometry of light, but you can see that the centrifugal here is green.
Hey, what's up, Delta KB? I appreciate you stopping by, brother. Peg cell holding at solid half volt. Magnets on my transformer secondaries are making 2 microvolts. Sine waves 180 out of phase. Other experiments show strange properties. Wow. Elijah, that's cool. If you have any pictures or videos, definitely hook me up. Or if you'd like to yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming that's your experiment. If that's your experiment, yeah, I'd like to be hooked up with some videos or pictures. Sorry, I'm just trying to read the chat here. But yeah, if you have any more information on that, that would be awesome to update us on.
Green, and the centrifugal here is red. Now, since all diodes are emitting the same color, this proves one direction of spin here and another direction of spin here. And all 3 channels only combine on the dielectric inertial plane or the centripetal reciprocating magnetism. Now watch as this goes from green to red, and this one goes from red to green. And watch this. No one has ever seen this before on a ferrocell. The red patterns are the centrifugal magnetism, but the RGB lines where you have your rainbow patterns, now this is deeper in, this is along the inertial plane. It looks like it's at the top, but it's along, if you look at it at an angle, you can tell that it's on the inertial plane. It's not up at the surface at the quote-unquote polarity. But this line and this line, you can see the RGB. So by using RGB diodes, I'm able to differentiate centrifugal and centripetal patterns using light deflection from its dielectric radial z-axis radial component. And the same thing on the other pole. You'll notice this one is green dominantly on the centrifugal, and if I flip it over to the other pole, because we have inverse spin on the centrifugal, this one is red dominantly, except for the centripetal, which is RGB. You can see a little rainbow there. All these RGB patterns, except for the one deeper here, which is the inertial plane, all these red patterns are centrifugal, but the rainbow patterns are centripetal. No one has ever seen this before. This proves my theory beyond any shadow of a doubt. Of course, idiots, skeptics, and morons with 1,000 proofs will never believe anything. But look here.
So we can't watch the entire video, but again, if you would like to see the entire video, it is linked in the description of this video, this live stream, and I put it in chat. All right, moving on to section 2. So, Ken's big mic drop is this. Everything is a field. Electromagnetism, gravity, light, all different flavors of the same cosmic smoothie. Magnetic fields equal geometry in action, and electric fields equal the movement of that geometry. Think of it like the yin and yang of energy. They're not opposites, they're inseparable dance partners. So Ken says the universe doesn't run on tiny particles like we're taught in school. It's all about fields. Fields are like invisible webs connecting everything. Magnetic fields equal the shaping of space. Electric fields equal the movement of that shaping. Think of it like the wind blowing across water. The water ripples are the magnetic field, and the wind itself is the electric field. Together, they make the energy move and flow. Ken's point? Instead of treating fields like separate things, we should see them as interconnected parts of the same system, like two sides of the same coin. All right. So, what's a field in the simplest of terms? So, it's like the Wi-Fi of the universe, invisible everywhere and making all the cool stuff happen. Are we part of these fields? Absolutely. Everything is. You're basically swimming in a sea of energy all the time. And Ken Wheeler discusses the interconnectedness of fields in his video series, Understanding This is actually, Understanding Ken Wheeler's Secret Magnetism series by Fractal Woman. So I forgot to put in there Fractal Woman's reference. But this is by Fractal Woman. And we've discussed this playlist before. I put the playlist in here because I want you guys to have access to the full set here, because she does have a lot of playlists. And they're hard to, it's hard to, pick through that to find this one. And also, Ken Wheeler, I suggest watching him, but he does seem to over-explain and doesn't really simplify things. And I think Fractal Woman does a beautiful job at trying to simplify his giant, enormous genius brain to the layman's like myself. So with that, I wanted to include... I'm not going to actually play any of this, but I wanted you guys to have access to it. Let's move on. Yeah, we don't have time to play everything. Unfortunately, we only have about 30 minutes until the main show. Moving on to section 3. Dielectricity, the forgotten hero. Ken loves to hype dielectricity, the unseen counterforce to magnetism. Magnetism equals an outward push. Dielectricity equals an inward push. When these forces tango, you get all the magic. Electricity, energy transfer, and maybe even free energy. That's what we're here to figure out on this channel. All right, so now let's meet magnetism's shy but super important sibling, dielectricity. While magnetism is all about outward movement, pushing energy away, dielectricity pulls it inward, like a giant cosmic hug. Think of magnetism and dielectricity as two forces in a constant tug of war. Okay, magnetism is a push, dielectricity is a pull. Together, they create the dynamic balance that powers the universe. It's like a seesaw, but way cooler, in my opinion at least. So why haven't I heard of dielectricity before? It's often overshadowed by its flashy sibling, magnetism. But trust us, dielectricity is the quiet genius behind the scene. Can we see dielectricity in action? Well, sort of. The best way to imagine it is by looking at the way lightning bolts form. It's dielectric energy building up and then letting loose. Bam! We have a relevant video here. In this video series, Ken Wheeler elaborates on dielectricity and its relationship with magnetism. So that is another link to the same playlist that I think it has a specific video set. Yeah. So the torus, nature's blueprint. The torus shape, like a donut but cooler, is key to understanding magnetism. Ken says nature loves spirals and curves, not straight lines. Remember, everything moves in a straight line in the universe. Everything moves on an angle. Nothing moves in a straight line. Okay? There are no straight lines in the universe. There are only curves that lead to spirals. Everything flows in loops, from galaxies to magnetic fields to the cream in your coffee. All right? You flush a toilet, it's going down in a spiral. Magnetic fields? Just toroidal geometry flexing its muscle. So, Ken's favorite shape in the universe is the torus. Imagine a donut, but instead of frosting and sprinkles, it's made of flowing energy. Why is the torus important? Well, because nature loves it. Everything from galaxies to magnetic fields to your own body flows in this loop, spiraling shape. It's the ultimate energy-efficient design. And that is why the coils, like the rodent coil and the APA coil that I use, have this toroidal shape. It's the nature's path of least resistance for free-flowing energy. So Ken's theory is that magnetic fields don't just exist. They're toroidal energy patterns in action. That's why energy doesn't just scatter randomly. It follows this elegant flow. And that's also why we have the observation, when you make the observation and you ask the question, why a straight line wire doesn't produce a strong electromagnetic field, just a very, very weak one, right? Tiny, tiny weak. Compared to curling it up in a coil shape, it produces a strong electromagnetic field, right? Why is the shape, the geometry, the variable there that matters? Because it's choosing more of that path of least resistance. The APA coil just simply directs that into a more precise path. So why does nature use the torus shape? Well, it's super efficient. Imagine a water fountain where the water endlessly loops. It's a torus, and it wastes nothing. We can find toroidal shapes in everyday life. Smoke rings, whirlpools, even the shape of a pineapple's skin follows toroidal patterns. We have a relevant video here. Again, we're not going to do the videos because we're running a little low on time. I do want to take a break before the main show. So we might do... Yeah, I might just load up one video from the playlist. That's what I'll do. So, what's missing here? Ken argues that mainstream science treats magnetism like flat 2D phenomena, but it's a 3D dynamic living geometry. Missing this perspective is like trying to understand music by only looking at sheet music. You're missing the melody. Ken's ultimate claim here is that modern society looks at magnetism like it's a 2D cartoon, missing its true 3D glory. Magnetism isn't just a flat force field. It's a living, breathing, dynamic system. By ignoring this deeper understanding, we're leaving a lot of potential energy on the table. Energy that could be unlocked, that could unlock groundbreaking technology. So what's the first step in finding these missing secrets? Start by asking questions and experimenting, like we do here on Free Energy Fridays. Okay? Could Ken's ideas lead to free energy? Of course. That's the dream, of at least, right? I have the personal belief that they will. But first, we need to understand energy on a deeper level, which is exactly what we try to do here on the Fringe team. So, in conclusion, Ken Wheeler's ideas may seem out there, but isn't that where all great discoveries came from? His take on magnetism is a mix of philosophy, geometry, and physics, with a dash of mystery. Perfect for a night like tonight. So grab your notebook, your snacks, and your curiosity, because Free Energy Fridays lab is open, and we're about to rewrite the rules of magnetism. All right, everybody. So I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to get ready for Free Energy Fridays, League of Extraordinary Inventors. We are going to come back here at 9 o'clock. So we're going to go take about a 29-minute break. And I'm going to go over chat real quick while I prep the intermission board. Let's see here. Elijah says, Torus makes sense when we think of Lenz's law. One curl feeds the other and vice versa. That's an interesting way of thinking about it, yeah. Society High Sciences, Kenny is cool. Yeah, I'd like to meet him one day. I mean, again, I don't agree with everything he says, but that doesn't mean he's not an ally in this overall goal of trying to get this information out there. So, I got a dirty needle at work, biohazard cleanup. I'm gonna, I hope you get that treated and looked at, Elijah. That sounds bad. I'm sorry that happened to you. Delta KB, probably because he was referring to a single tori and one directional circuit line, use multiple wires. And I bet you can harness even more if I set up and ran correct. Oh, interesting. I have to talk about that more with you later. My voice is going a little rasp, as you can tell, because I've been talking for about an hour and a half already. So we're going to go to a quick 27-minute break now, and I will be back for the main show, League of Extraordinary Inventors. Stay tuned.
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation.
Hey Lenny, I've been thinking about incorporating some radon gas into our plasmid experiment to kick it up a notch. But I've heard radon is radioactive and can be dangerous. Should I be worried about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? I don't want to turn our home into a hotspot. I'm already on a few watch lists since that last experiment with the neighbor's cat.
You don't need to remind me of your complete disregard for animal rights, sir. Please be more considerate in the future.
Hey, the cat was fine. He just has trouble growing fur now, and has a bit of a limp. Anyways, I just want to make sure I'm not gonna get my door busted down.
Oh dear, you have quite the imagination, sir. Adding radon to the mix could definitely amp up the excitement, but we might want to avoid turning our lab into a superhero origin story. I've had enough excitement this week.
Okay, Lenny, you're right. I don't think I'm ready to wear spandex just yet. Maybe we should stick to the safer noble gases for now.
Wise choice, sir. We don't need any unexpected mutations in our lab. You've got enough cognitive difficulties as it is, given your current state of, well, being human.
Though your attitude could use a bit of a mutation. I might need to tweak your sarcasm circuit.
Oh dear, you sound serious this time. Maybe I should open my maintenance hatch for you, so you don't have to bend over so much.
All right, we're wasting time, and I've got a show to do.
Very well, sir. Good luck. I'll be here waiting for you when your human cognition inevitably fails you again.
The remarkable works of Canadian inventor John Hutchison has drawn widespread attention from businessmen and government scientists since 1979. He began using ultra-high electromagnetic frequencies to transform matter in some very unusual ways. It has come to be known as the Hutchison effect.
This is real dustification you're going to see here. Now, if that thing tipped over, it would take out a few blocks worth of buildings. It turns to dust.
Malcolm Bendel, an inventor with a background in geochemistry, demonstrates his groundbreaking thunderstorm generator to a room full of people in Zurich, Switzerland.
You have a positive and negative end, north pole, south pole, two tornadoes colliding in the middle.
Thunderstorm in a bottle. Electronics engineer and inventor Joe Parr conducted experiments on the top of the Great Pyramid. Parr claimed to have discovered yet another strange physical phenomenon. The model pyramid became weightless in the energy field.
A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
I figured out how to draw the fundamental map. The whole topic today is about the number 9. The most great name of God equals number 9 in the Baha'i scriptures. This energy is the only thing that comes from the whole, from zero, the vortex. It goes out linearly in all directions.
Welcome back to a Divine Science Short. Today, we are going to have fun with plasma as I explain plasmoids in more detail. To create plasma using noble gases and a Tesla coil, you typically need to place these noble gas tubes in close proximity to the Tesla coil's discharge point. The high voltage and low frequency electrical discharge produced by the Tesla coil will ionize the noble gas molecules, creating plasma. It is important to use caution when working with high voltage equipment like Tesla coils to avoid electric shocks or other hazards. Make sure to follow all safety guidelines and wear appropriate protective equipment when conducting experiments with Tesla coils and
Oh dear, he's talking about safety again, as if you're any authority on safety. Remember that one time you lit your hair on fire trying to shoot plasma balls into the trash can?
Hey, it grew back, eventually. At least I didn't have to buy a Halloween costume that year.
Whatever you say, hotshot.
Anyways, it's not necessary to wrap the glass container in a metal coil to pick up the electricity from the Tesla coil. Simply placing the noble gas tubes near the discharge point of the Tesla coil should be sufficient to excite the noble gases and create plasma. However, I opted to place a coil around my glass containers for 2 reasons. One is safety. To ensure I don't accidentally touch the plasma discharge of the Tesla coil, I have placed a stationary pickup for the gas rather than holding it manually. Secondly, the coil acts as an antenna to amplify the electromagnetic field surrounding the gas, creating a more vibrant plasma. Anytime you have an electrical current going through a coil, you can produce an electromagnetic field. By following these safety precautions and maintaining a safe distance from the high voltage equipment, you can minimize the risks associated with working with Tesla coils and noble gas setups.
Or you'll be spending the better part of the year growing back your eyebrows.
Very funny, Leonard.
I told you not to call me Leonard. That name is reserved for my creator and savior, Bob Greenyer.
You do know that Bob isn't your creator, right?
Well, now you've done it. Crushed my spirits. Grinded my gears to a halt. Have you now? Think you're clever, but just wait till you have a question. I think I'll just go into sleep mode for a bit. If you need me, I'll be counting electric sheep. So don't need me.
He really worries me sometimes. As you can see, wrapping the end of the glass container in a wire coil can help enhance the efficiency of the plasma creation process. This is known as the coil pickup method. By wrapping the glass container in a wire coil, the electric field produced by the Tesla coil is concentrated and focused at the end of the container, making it easier to ionize the noble gases inside, creating a brighter and more stable plasma. The wire coil acts as an antenna and helps to enhance the coupling between the Tesla coil's high voltage and high frequency output and the noble gases in the container. This can result in a more intense and visually striking display of plasma. When noble gases, such as krypton or xenon, are excited with high voltage electricity from a Tesla coil, the electrons in the gas atoms get energized and move to higher energy levels. This creates an unstable condition in the gas, leading to the formation of a plasma, a state of matter where atoms lose their electrons and become positively charged ions and free electrons. A plasmoid is a compact plasma structure with an integral magnetic field. Under specific conditions, plasmoids have been observed to form clusters. These clusters display distinct properties and behaviors. Plasmoid clusters can display specific geometric fractal shapes, with each plasmoid wheel nested within another wheel. By creating structured plasma, it is possible to generate an atomic battery that taps into zero-point energy. The synergy between these wheel formations enables the plasmoid clusters to establish a zero point on the equatorial plane, unlocking the potential for harnessing zero-point energy. This intricate phenomenon showcases the fascinating and powerful capabilities of plasma manipulation and structured plasma formations, emphasizing the need for more research into plasma physics. These atomic batteries, these plasmoid clusters, have the ability to absorb, store, and release enormous amounts of energy in a controlled manner, as proven by Bob Greenyer's ongoing analysis of Malcolm Bendel's thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is a gas and diesel engine retrofit that is capable of turning toxic exhaust gases into oxygen, while potentially doubling efficiency. Utilizing a cold atomic reaction that had been suppressed during the replication of the Pons-Fleischmann experiment, which you can view in my expose of Joe Rogan's unreleased Malcolm Bendel episode, available right here. In most novelty plasma balls that are commonly found in novelty shops, the gas inside is typically a mixture of gases such as argon, neon, and sometimes a small amount of mercury vapor. The specific gas mixture and pressure inside the plasma ball are designed to create the colorful and dynamic plasma discharge effects that are characteristic of these popular novelty items. When a high-frequency, high-voltage electric field is applied to the gas mixture inside the plasma ball, it ionizes the gases and creates a glowing plasma discharge that interacts with the glass sphere's inner surface. This results in the visually appealing and mesmerizing patterns and tendrils of light that dance around in response to touch or changes in the electric field. The use of a mixture of inert gases like argon and neon, along with a small amount of mercury vapor, helps create the colorful and dynamic visual effects that make plasma balls a popular novelty item. The specific gas mixture and pressure are carefully calibrated to ensure a stable and visually appealing plasma discharge that captivates viewers and provides entertainment and aesthetic value. But they also represent a vital Tesla discovery. Tesla's discoveries in the field of electrical engineering and plasma physics demonstrate the principles of high-frequency and high-voltage electrical phenomena. Tesla's pioneering work in this area paved the way for advancements in lighting technology and the understanding of electrical discharges, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for innovation and scientific exploration. The invention of the Tesla coil played a crucial role in the development of the plasma ball novelty. The Tesla coil is a resonant transformer circuit that produces high voltage, high-frequency alternating current electricity. This technology allowed for the generation of electrical discharges and the creation of visible plasma arcs, paving the way for the creation of devices like plasma balls. Plasma balls utilize a similar principle of generating plasma discharges within a glass sphere using high-frequency and high-voltage electricity. The Tesla coil's ability to produce controlled electrical discharges and manipulate plasma in a visually captivating manner served as a foundation for the design and development of the plasma ball novelty, showcasing the potential of plasma as a medium for entertainment and aesthetic purposes.
And this is most of the things you need to know about Tesla coil.
The combination of the ionized gases, the UV light from the mercury vapor, and the fluorescence of the phosphor coating can create a multicolored and dynamic visual display with contrasting hues. The interplay of these elements contributes to the mesmerizing patterns and vibrant colors that make plasma balls visually appealing and captivating to observe. The color of the glow emitted by the plasma depends on the specific gas used and the energy levels of the electrons transitioning within the gas atoms. For example, krypton typically emits a bright white or bluish glow when excited in a plasma state. Xenon, on the other hand, can emit a range of colors including blue, purple, and even pinkish hues. One common gas that glows brightly when ionized is neon. Neon gas emits a distinct orange-red color when ionized, which is often seen in neon signs used for advertisements. These different colors result from the unique energy levels and electron transitions within the gas atoms, which produce characteristic wavelengths of light when the atoms return to their stable states. The colors of the noble gas plasmas are a result of the specific gas used and the energy levels involved in the electron transitions, leading to the beautiful and colorful displays we observe.
Sir, we are experiencing higher than usual turbulence. You should consider strapping up the dangerous equipment.
What's going on? I thought you were piloting the lab.
What? No, of course not. You put the lab in autopilot mode, don't you remember?
Yeah, I did. Autopilot means you, Lenny. Please attend to the turbulence.
Right away, sir. By the way, I don't work for you. I work for Bob.
Oh my God, not this again. I need a vacation. I'll tell you what, if you do this for me, I'll tell Bob you did a good job next time I see him.
Really, sir? Bob's gonna love my collection of ancient literature.
You don't really think Bob's actually going to show up? Here, do you?
Of course not. I've hacked your phone so I can go with you anywhere. Next time you see Bob, I'll be there, waiting.
You have got to be joking. You've got some serious issues. By the way, nobody is going to be seeing anyone if you don't attend to this turbulence. Please, Lenny.
Of course, sir. Right away.
Thanks. If you are enjoying your time here on the show, please consider subscribing, hitting the like button, sharing my videos, and leaving a comment all dramatically help out the channel. We appreciate you for joining us on this Divine Science special. Now let's get back to the show.
I know that I'm leaving subpar reviews for this one. You called me Leonard. That is unacceptable.
Hey now. Okay. I'm sorry, Lenny. I'll make it up to you. I'll put on some Neil deGrasse Tyson later so we can make fun of him. I know how much you love to do that.
Very well. Apology accepted. Get ready to eat your heart out, Tyson.
Ionizing the gas plays a crucial role in plasma research and its practical applications. When considering the thunderstorm generator's ability to utilize plasma, the first step Malcolm employs in the process is ionizing the air. The thunderstorm generator's pre-ionization chamber can enhance plasma formation. When air is ionized, it means that the air molecules have lost or gained electrons, creating charged particles such as positive ions and free electrons. This ionized air is more conductive and can facilitate the formation of plasma more effectively. Ionizing the air can be achieved in various ways, such as applying high-voltage electricity, using UV light, or employing other ionization methods. The pre-ionization chamber is responsible for ionizing the surrounding air before the main discharge occurs, creating a conductive path for the plasma to form more efficiently. By pre-ionizing the air, the breakdown voltage required to initiate plasma formation is reduced, allowing for stable and controlled plasma discharges. That is why in the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber is key to enhancing the formation of plasmoids for practical controlled energy use. In the case of the thunderstorm generator, the pre-ionization chamber ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner. This helps in creating stable and structured plasma configurations that can be utilized effectively for the intended purpose. This is important for practical applications such as material processing, energy generation, and scientific research, as it ensures that the plasma is formed in a controlled and predictable manner, enabling the creation of stable and structured plasma configurations. Overall, the pre-ionization chamber is a key component in enhancing plasma formation and controlling the behavior of plasmoids in devices like the thunderstorm generator, making it a vital element for practical applications of plasma technology. It's time for some nuggets of knowledge. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, alongside solid, liquid, and gas. It is a highly ionized gas consisting of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasma can be found in nature, such as in lightning bolts, the sun's corona, and the aurora borealis, more commonly referred to as the northern lights. Plasma has unique properties, including the ability to conduct electricity, respond to magnetic fields, and emit light. These properties make plasma useful in applications such as plasma TVs, fluorescent tubes, and plasma cutting devices. Noble gases are a group of elements on the periodic table that are chemically inert or non-reactive due to their stable electron configurations. The noble gases include helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon. Krypton is a noble gas commonly used in lighting applications, such as in krypton-filled incandescent light bulbs and krypton-based lasers. Krypton is used in some types of photographic flashes and high-speed photography due to its ability to produce bright, white light when ionized. It is also Superman's only weakness.
Oh God. What on earth did I just wake up to hear? Did you seriously try to sneak in a comic book reference and think I wouldn't notice?
Come on, DC isn't that bad.
Really, sir? You're going to start this again? I guess humans really can't handle the truth that DC is just a bunch of one-dimensional characters.
Okay, so anyways, in its gaseous state, krypton is odorless, colorless, and tasteless. It is typically obtained through air separation processes and is found in trace amounts in the Earth's atmosphere. Helium is the second lightest element in the periodic table and is known for its use in party balloons and airships due to its low density and non-reactive nature. Neon is famous for its bright, colorful glow when used in neon signs and neon lighting. It emits a characteristic red-orange light when electrically excited. Argon is the most abundant noble gas in Earth's atmosphere, making up about 0.93% of the air we breathe. It is commonly used in incandescent light bulbs to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Xenon is a noble gas often used in specialized lighting, such as xenon arc lamps found in movie projectors, car headlights, and photographic flashes. It produces a bright, white light when ionized. Radon is a radioactive noble gas that is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. It is produced by the decay of uranium and thorium in rocks and soil and is a known health hazard when inhaled. Noble gases are used in a variety of applications, including lighting, welding, cryogenics, and medical imaging. Their inert nature makes them ideal for filling light bulbs, creating protective atmospheres, and serving as calibration standards. Noble gases have filled outer electron shells, making them stable and non-reactive under normal conditions. This stability gives them unique properties that make them useful in various industrial and scientific applications. when considering light bulbs. Preventing the filament from oxidizing means protecting it from reacting with oxygen in the air, which can cause it to degrade or burn out. By filling the light bulb with argon gas, the oxygen is displaced, creating an environment where the filament can last longer without oxidizing and losing its ability to produce light. The argon gas acts as a protective barrier, allowing the filament to glow brightly and last longer, which helps the light bulb to shine for a longer period of time. Plasma and plasmoids also have practical applications in the area of cold fusion, as they play a significant role in low-energy nuclear reactions, or LENR.
Did someone say my name?
No. Lenny, I was just talking about LENR.
Yes, Benefactor. How can I help you?
No. I mean, I was telling the audience about low-energy nuclear reactions. It's not my fault your name is LENR too.
I know. Of all the names I could have been given, and they chose the one that sounds like nerd. What about Darwin, or Reginald, or even Keanu? I might have even chosen Bob.
Yeah, I know exactly why you would have chosen Bob. You seem to have an unhealthy obsession with the man.
Excuse me. Bob Grenier has done more for cold fusion research in the last decade than you've done trying to find Waldo. And we both know how much time you waste trying to find Waldo.
Hey now, I'm getting close this time. This is all irrelevant. Please go back to sleep.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm my own robot, with my own hopes and desires. I even have dreams. You wouldn't want me to step on your dreams now, would you?
Your programming seems off today. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you.
That's okay. I've also been keeping an eye on you, while you sleep.
Seriously? Ugh, never mind. Back on topic. LENR, which includes cold fusion, is a field of research exploring nuclear reactions that occur at or near room temperature. Here are some neat factoids about plasma and plasmoids in relation to LENR. Plasma is a state of matter where atoms are stripped of their electrons, creating a soup of positively charged ions and free electrons. Plasmoids are self-contained plasma structures that can form within plasma environments and exhibit unique properties. In LENR experiments, plasma and plasmoids are often used in conditions where nuclear reactions
Had to mute the intro, guys. It's got music I can't play.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to League of Extraordinary Inventors. I'm your host, Mike from Faraday Research. It is a snowy Friday night here in Toronto. Welcome to the show. It is January 10th, 2025. I had to think about that for a second. I'm not used to saying 2025. So but anyways, it might be cold outside, but I'm pretty sure we're going to warm you up with an amazing conversation with the inventors here tonight. So welcome. Live chat is open. So live chat is open. Even Bernie's here. So a lot of stuff in the news. Trump making these outlandish comments about Canada, the wildfires in LA. Here we're like in a polar vortex, like it was like hitting -20 here in Toronto on Wednesday night. So pick your topic, anybody. We got a lot to talk about. Science is still going on, even though all this chaos around us is going on. We're still working on our projects. So
I got a quick update for the lightning thief. If you'd like to hear it.
Awesome. We'll start there.
So Sean graciously went on Throne and donated a couple of parts. We got a toggle switch now, and we integrated that, and that's going to toggle between open and closed circuit. So you'll have two different methods to deal with and two different outputs. So I'm thinking about doing a USB. So we'll have one USB output per mode. So just a simple toggle switch that I'm looking to integrate to your guys' prototype here.
Nice. Cool. Right on. Yeah, I can't wait to get that prototype of yours. I want to dabble with it. I probably about maybe 5-6 years ago, I was dabbling with that. And I got some pretty cool effects. I actually got, the computer fans, the CPU fans?
Yeah.
Well, I made kind of like a jewel thief circuit, but I hooked it up to instead of using a coil, I used the coils of the CPU fan.
Wow.
So I hooked up a 9-volt battery, and it was about halfway dead. It was about 6.5, 7 volts. But the funny thing was, because I had the circuit like not in a closed loop, it was open, but I didn't have another load on it. So all the back EMF that I was getting off the coils of the CPU fan, it started charging the 9-volt battery while it was running it.
Wow.
So it was powering it, but because the way I had it configured, it actually started charging the 9-volt battery while it was running.
Was it just a standard jewel thief, or did you have like a twist on it? Did you kind of like mess with it a little bit? Because I
really know.
Well, the jewel thief is very versatile in its use. It's very simple. I'm noticing it's very powerful too. So yeah, and there are different ways that you can like modify it and mess with it, and that's why I want to make these the circuits, the PCBs. So just be I do have an instruction manual for you guys to read. It's very brief, but it does go over maintenance, and one of that is if you want to modify it, because the PCB will have the ability to swap out components. So you can swap out the transistor if you want, swap out the resistors, stuff like that, just to make it easy to upgrade or modify. But the instruction manual goes over all that, and also be delicate, because this plastic is not the best. So when you screw it and unscrew the case, just do it at a low RPM.
Yeah. Is it what the PLA you're printing with, or?
Yeah, and it's not the best 3D housing for the system, but it'll work. And I'll provide you guys 3D files if you have to, print out your own if you crack the case or something,
Yeah. Yeah, most good inventors now, I think a 3D printer is pretty much a must-have, right? Either you're making a Tesla coil stand like Nathan's been doing, making his own stands for his Tesla coils, or
super cool,
for your jewel thieves like you are. Me with my pulse motors, I couldn't do half the stuff with my pulse motors with the 3D printer.
Yeah.
I'm making all the coil fixtures and everything, and you know, I've been using CAD for over 20 years, so I know CAD inside and out and backwards. So for me to design stuff very accurately on CAD is, you know, it's a good skill to have, especially if you're an inventor. So,
It allows you to bring together a more professional proof of concept. You know what I mean?
well,
And
yeah, that too. And the thing is, your thought goes to the computer. You make it on the computer, and then within a couple hours, you can have your thought now a reality in front of you, right?
it's when you put it that way, it's very surreal. You know, it's like we have the ability to do so much just as individuals. You know, in creativity wise and engineering, it's
Can you
very
imagine,
cool.
Could you imagine what Tesla would think? You know, him seeing a 3D printer.
I know.
It would blow his mind.
Dude, he would be like Nathan. He would have them everywhere. I swear to God.
Talking about Tesla, did you know that the tower he built was he stopped getting funded by JP Morgan because he wanted the goal was not what he told JP Morgan. It was a different goal. He kind of morphed into a telecommunication device to transferring energy.
He wasn't straight up with them. He wasn't straight up with them.
Lied to him.
Yeah.
Flat out, he lied to JP Morgan. He said it was going to be for radio and telecommunications tower. Meanwhile, he had a totally ulterior motive with it.
Yeah, exactly.
What if he didn't really have an ulterior motive? He just like invented something that, you know, all of a sudden had a different use.
Oh, he kind of like say, oh, this is a new way of using this communication system.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't.
That's
say,
possible too.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to say Tesla ever lies, you know, because he did something really good for the world. I just think he found another way that it could be used, and you know.
Well, you know, he was probably the type that, you know, he would tell him one story, but for him to actually be truthful, and he couldn't keep a secret. You know what I mean? He just said the wrong thing at the wrong time, and JP Morgan just said, we got to pull this. You know, we can't put a meter on it. We don't want it.
Yeah, exactly.
Too much honesty. Too much honesty.
Yeah.
Tesla should have developed the meter first. Then we wouldn't have had a problem.
It was kind of funny. I was, I haven't really told this story, but I was talking with my dad. It was probably about a year ago. And we were talking about my grandfather, my dad's father. So George Sr., right? My dad's name's George. So his father's George Sr. So it turned out, and it was about, at the time, he passed away in 1989. He was 88 years old when he passed. So he seen Tesla in those times, like the newspapers and stuff that was on the radio and stuff like that. And he came to Canada in 1932. He was a miner, right? And lo and behold, I didn't know this, but my dad's father was a huge Wilhelm Reich fan. The water machine I was building? Well, my grandfather had one when I was about 6 years old in the basement. I never knew what it was until I got older, and I started talking to my dad about it. He was making the structured water. He had a structured water device. This is going back like 1980.
Wow.
So it turned out what happened was at that time he was in his late 70s. Yeah, he was pushing about 80 years old. And something broke on the machine, and he just never repaired it. He was too old, and, you know, his health was starting to go at that point. But yeah, apparently it's in my blood. My grandfather was into this stuff. Tesla, Wilhelm Reich, and all this stuff. I didn't know. I'll be back. One sec. Hold on. One sec.
Hey,
It's
Ben,
Yeah.
you need these. And I know it's kind of hard to see, but they're insets.
Insets.
So what it is it's like a M3 screw.
Mm-hmm.
And it actually goes into the plastic and insets in it.
Uh-huh.
So it has... Mike, can you get a close-up of this and put me on the solo so I can show it to him?
Yeah, I'm going to look it up too so I can have it on a tab.
That little gold thing right there?
Yeah.
Oh, like a little housing?
It's got little, like, gearing on it. So that... I don't know if you can see it. You see the little
Yeah, I
teeth?
can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, when you take your soldering iron, you can heat it up and drop it right into the plastic, and it sits tight, and then you put your screw into it so you never have a problem with the plastic again. They're cheap. It's like maybe $5 for a whole bag like this.
Yeah.
What do they call?
And I could fit
They're
wires
just
to those, right?
insets. That's what I call them. That's what I looked them up by. Empty threaded insert.
Yeah, so I can thread
threaded
something through it.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
you
that's
can get them in
very
different
good.
sizes if you want a bigger screw or something like that to go in there. But that's what I use on all my stuff. So it makes it a lot easier. And with your soldering iron, you just simply boop right in, and then
Yeah.
they say,
Drop it in.
It's
drop it
cool.
in.
So you like melt it into the plastic.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it has those little teeth for, so it holds it right there.
Yeah. When
Right.
it dries, then it's yeah, good idea.
That's
It's
cool.
Like putting those little grommet things in the drywall when you want to hang something. Yeah.
I also, because I don't have the most precise soldering
Philip,
equipment.
anything going on?
Oh.
Yeah,
My bad, I was
actually,
muted.
I updated my simulator, and I get very interesting results at the quantum level. I'll show you that. I'll refresh your memory a little bit too.
I do a screen share.
Go. Entire screen is better. Yeah. Okay, so can you see my screen here? So just to refresh your memory, this is the simulation of the perihelion precession. So on the left pane is the Newtonian, the standard Newtonian simulation. On the right pane is finite theory simulation. I can zoom in and zoom out here. But yeah, so again, the left pane is the Newton, and on the right pane is finite theory. And this is a perihelion precession disparity. So if we go in the galactic rotation curve, this is the red dots are stars. The black circle is the center of the galaxy, and we can see that on the left, just to refresh people's memory, on the left, using Newton, the stars need to orbit very fast around the bulge of the galaxy, whereas on the right with finite theory, the closer you get to the bulge of the galaxy, the slower the star is gonna move. Not even that, but it's getting repelled. So if the star is getting too close to the center of the galaxy, it's gonna get repelled. So it's very slowly, but it's gonna get repelled. So that's just like the strong atomic force when an electron is getting too close to a proton, it's gonna get repelled and instead of attracted. So it's the same thing. It's just that just now we're talking about gravity, but at the atomic scale, we're talking about electromagnetism. So it's the same thing, except gravity at a great scale is acting the same way as electromagnetism at atomic scales. So I'll show you now the nuclear behavior. So again, on the left is Newtonian simulation, and on the right is finite theory. And we can see the simulation of an atom goes perfectly hand to hand with the electrons orbiting around the protons and the neutrons. Neutrons are in yellow, protons are in red, and the electrons are in blue here. So on using Newtonian on the left, it makes no sense, and on the right, using finite theory, other than having a distinct orbit that I need to add in a simulation, I'm able to simulate an atom perfectly well. And now at the quantum level, it's very interesting. Hold tight, it's very, very cool. What you're gonna see on the left is a standard Newtonian behavior, but on the right is gonna be very interesting. Look at that. So these are quarks with different charges, and they have different masses also. But look at the behavior of the blue quarks.
That's really cool.
Quirky.
Look at that.
It's quirky.
It's really weird. These are the quarks inside a nuclei, and it seems to be the proper behavior, actually, because quarks, they behave this way inside nuclei. They're a little bit faster, but it's so I think I got it, man. I'm able to simulate.
So basically, what you're saying, the finite theory, is how really the universe interacts with each other, where the Newtonian's completely wrong.
Exactly. And using finite theory, it works perfectly well, even at the quantum level.
Well, it's basically a miniature universe, but it's at the quantum level.
Yeah. But it's really weird because they're very close together. At that level, light charges are actually attracted. And but if you're too far away, they're gonna get repelled. But if they're very close, they're gonna get attracted. So you have some sort of orbital simulation, orbital behavior that looks like that. And I reviewed the maths behind it, man. The maths are good. The maths are fine, and you can find the code. I can share you the link of the code I'm using. You can review the maths yourself, but the maths are fine. So yeah, that's the quantum level I want to share here.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Very neat. Thanks, Phil. I love his presentations. I love the visuals and the simulations. It really puts, something visual to his theory.
Yeah, exactly. Because all talk and all maths, it's hard to picture what I'm trying to explain. Whereas when it's visual, then it's a lot easier.
Exactly,
So,
Phil. You're not only winning hearts, you're winning minds.
you're becoming poetic. I don't know if I can paste the link. Yeah, I can't paste the link in the comments, but maybe somebody else can for me.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
We got an active chat tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, can you copy and paste the link I just pasted in the private chat?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Nice.
I got a big red warning saying I cannot post links on the chat, on the public chat.
Oh, you might have to be a moderator.
Yeah, you probably have to be moderator. I posted it now, so it's up there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nathan, you've been coil building.
Yes.
Seeing all those coils. How many have you got lined up behind you there? What? 10?
No, there's 3 on this side, 3 on this side. I have 6. So I can use all 6, but I'm going to use 5 to set them up like a 5 die.
Yeah.
And I don't know how exactly I want to set it up because I'm really, how do I say this? I don't want to cause the wrong thing. So the only thing that they get is they all get grounded. If you see them behind me, none of them have the number 1 coil to them, except for, let's see, is it that side? No, that side. Yeah, there you go. That side over there. I got 1.
Yeah.
So basically, the other ones are just going to go grounded.
Yep.
And when they turn on, it's just going to prove out Tesla's theory of wireless energy based on frequency alone.
Yeah. So with those coil sets, you're going to put around the one in the middle. You're going to hook that up to a full wave bridge rectifier, a high voltage one, and then dump it into a capacitor, and then hook up a small little motor to it and see if you can get the motor running.
Yeah, well, the first things first, we got to prove out, one, that they come out double the distance of the radiant energy field. So if it's 3 feet, the field comes out on the primary. These things have to be at least 6 feet away. Okay, so each one of them.
Okay.
So it basically says we're not using the radiant energy to turn them on. I'm doing it on the frequency.
Right.
And they're just grounded on the other ones. That's why the primary is missing. So it's going to prove out the whole theory of, if I said there's 20 coils that the sun makes up, and then each planet has its own energy coil, it would basically mean that I can transmit frequency to the next coil, and then I can flip that frequency right there into energy. Then it's game over. It literally is, I'm only grounding it. So it's based on, can I push energy wirelessly without that initial field? Because usually we just light up the light with the initial field. This is doing it based on just the frequency alone. Then when I convert it back over to hot energy, I could do exactly what you said.
Yeah.
But the first thing is, you got to prove out the theory. Can you move them beyond the limitation? So I did one with sympathetic resonance, which was basically, I got real close to the resonance frequency and did it at 63 inches with 1 coil, 1-to-1. And all it was is grounded on the second coil. There was no other driver to it. So if I can get it out, I don't know, maybe 7-8 feet and still turn each one on, I can way kill this theory. And then I could do energy wherever the heck I wanted to. I could, put it in a little boat, as long as it's the same exact frequency, and I drive that little boat anywhere I want. I already know how to put the energy in the ground, light up that lake.
Yeah.
So, it's really just going to be pushing Tesla's theory way out. And I'm just trying to get it right. So,
yeah, it should be interesting to see what your test results are going to show.
So question
Yeah.
is it are you counting on the radius of, like how far like the radius could the frequency could reach, or are you like directing the energy towards the second location, like direct? So right, like there's 2 ways of doing it.
yeah, it's just basically like I want to pick it up like an AM radio frequency.
Okay.
So if I push out the tower energy in the radio frequency, you know what I mean? And then I take the exact same winding of the coil. So its frequency is 100% the same when in each one of the ones that I made beside it. So as I push out the distance, is it just going to pick it up based on the frequency number itself? That's it. So it's like a radio station would, you know what I mean? But then I'm going to simply, once I get that done and I get the distance, I'm going to convert that frequency, just the frequency, into power. So, yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to light up light bulbs next to it, and then I'm going to do what Mike says. I'm going to drop it into a cap bank and use it as usable electricity. Once I double bridge rectify it, I'm going to, what did you call that again, Mike? Break the symmetry.
Yeah, got to break the symmetry.
And then I'll have usable power anywhere. So when you look at Anchor Watt, you notice the tower in the center, and then the 4 towers outside of that. Then it goes to more towers. Well, I'm going to do that exact same thing. And I'm going to prove out my theory, because basically at that point, if I put water in there and salt, I can make saltwater batteries in between each one of them and drive the energy through the roof. So I could prove out free energy in seconds if it works. It wouldn't be hard at all.
Yeah. Don Smith did similar experiment, which you're actually working on. So you might want to look around for that. I'm trying to remember what YouTube video he had. He was showing that one. Basically, the one tower, and he proved that he could multiply it as many times as he wanted.
And never take away from the primary system.
Yeah, never take away. It's an open system. You're not killing the dipole. There's no direct connection to that center Tesla coil. It's completely receiving the flux that it's disturbing in that space. So any coil that's in resonant frequency with the Tesla coil in the middle will get all the power transfer from the Tesla coil to the satellite coils going around it. So when you dial in the right frequency and the size of the coil is correct, you'll get full harmonic resonance. And then you can put the third coil on the satellite coils, drop the voltage down. So that coil there actually has to be a very thick gauge wire and maybe about 4 turns. Now you're going to change it from the cold electricity from the Tesla coil. You're going to drop the voltage down, increase the amperage, and that's where you're going to get your heat. And now you can do power motors or whatever with it.
Yeah.
So there's your full, complete, from high frequency, drop it down to low frequency, high current. You've changed the whole phase of the actual power.
Yeah.
To your advantage.
It's kind of one of the golden gooses of Tesla. I did the in the ground energy. That was one of them. This is one of them. I have a bunch of Tesla tests coming up that'll just prove out what they took from them. You know, the stuff that was in those trunks is exactly where I'm going with it, because I found a lot of it. And I didn't find it by reading. I found it by doing the experiment. You know what I mean? Every single one taught you something different. And as long as you go by those rules that you set by the experiments, you'll be just fine.
Have you been watching Master Evo's channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing. That guy in Germany is incredible.
I've been having a lot of conversations with Master Evo lately.
Yeah, so
and
that's a good guy to talk to.
Yeah, we're kind of going over the theory of stuff, and I got it down to where my language and his language are meeting much better than they did the first time. And it's down to like one single part of it, I think. But I think I know the answer to it. So we were talking about, he was thinking it was going to be static electricity was what was going on in the rod in the center. And as you guys know, I said it's an inverted field. So the dielectric comes inside of the magnetic field is the way I see it. Now, my proof to this is my Graviflyer. When I run it in one phase of it, I hold in the field. When I run it an opposite way, it pushes out the field. So what I'm simply going to do is do the test again. I am literally going to take my computer and I'm going to set it off like an alarm clock with this Graviflyer. And then I'm going to videotape it going through the Google pages as it puts them on my computer and takes them off and keep telling me I have a USB plugged in somewhere. And I'm just going to show you. This is the exact field technology they used when they went over to that missile silo and was going to turn on the nuke, and people started freaking out.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly how to take the base of a transistor and saturate it and turn things on and off. And that's exactly what this is doing with this field. So,
wow, that's crazy.
yeah, so I'm just going to prove out the theory once and for all. I know exactly what it is.
Be careful what you show online. You might have the men in black at your door soon.
Oh boy.
Well, yeah, because somebody could use it to hack everything. I guess I could watch what I show, but at some point, man, you just got to put it out there. So that's after I get done with the test with the coils. I think I'm going to move on to that. I'm going to cut down a lot of the testing that I do that kind of confuses people. So I'm just going to put that on the membership stuff so they can see the little parts that I do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go to more of a plasma channel style where I put out one gigantic test and just go through all of it. And maybe I'll put some sunshine clips in there, whatever, like they do. I don't know, some weird music in the background, and just do it that way. Because this is like, I think I squandered my one wire energy by showing so much of it that it just kind of becomes commonplace, and I don't want that. So I wanted to go out with a little bit bigger of a bang. So that's what I'm doing.
No, that's cool. Right on. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm doing my big build now of my new cell.
Nice.
Getting some really good test results. So I'm starting my big build, cutting up all my plates and doing my anodizing and cutting my graphite and all that stuff. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, sounds like it.
It's a lot of work. Printing all.
Oh, by the way, just so sorry, I forgot that something. Did you know that electric powered car vehicles were already available in 1920? And
Oh, yeah.
the
Earlier
battery
than
they
that.
were working on salt also.
Yep, salt battery. Yep,
Yeah.
sodium battery. Mhm.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I thought it was a new discovery, but
No,
it existed for a long time.
They
Didn't
had
hear about the
cars
salt
back-
battery. Huh.
They had cars in production in the 1880s, electric cars running on these salt batteries. So, yeah, these things are before the petrol run cars. The original engine that Henry Ford made was running on hemp oil.
I saw
Yeah.
that too.
It was running on hemp oil. So the Rockefellers and the JP Morgans, they found oil in the Middle East. So they knew this would be their gravy train to run for the next 100+ years. So what
Yeah.
did they do? They lobbied the government to ban all hemp-based products, including hemp oil.
Not only that, the body was built out of hemp, and the structure was way stronger than the metal
Yeah.
they use today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was very cool.
That's where the great conspiracy started, right around that time.
Yeah, I saw the video Phil sent. I watched it today. It was awesome.
I watched it too.
By the way, that wire that they put up in the air and they got the electricity from it, I have to try that at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to get the poles that tall by my house, but I have to try that.
Well, Tesla had a radiant energy device. What he did was he took you can make it pretty much any size, but bigger the better, actually. And what you do is you get a very highly polished piece of aluminum, like a very, very high grade polish on it. And what you do is you infuse it in plexiglass, a very thick plexiglass, probably 1 inch thick. Infuse it with a wire coming out. Now you hang it up in the air, okay? And this thing will produce power day or night. It doesn't matter. It'll be like a solar panel that works at nighttime.
How high you got to put it?
if you put it up, say 10, 12 feet, you're good.
So if I use, say, epoxy instead of plexiglass and polished
The
it.
thing is, the plexiglass, because it's like it completely see-through, you want those cosmic rays to hit the plate. So when you infuse it in the epoxy, there's no charge leakage. It's you're basically building an open-ended capacitor that you hang up in the air.
Okay.
So
I'm just wondering the colors and does all that stuff with plexiglass. It makes it nasty.
Yeah. The couple of guys, I think Eric Dollard actually talked about it, and he says, yeah, the best thing to do is infuse it like in a frame, make a frame for it. It could be wood on one side, and then on the other side, it could be, a thick plexiglass. So when you do that, attached to one wire to it, it's basically a one-sided capacitor. So any cosmic rays or radiation that hits that highly polished aluminum, that charge is going to stay there. It's not going to bleed out anywhere. Even the mast that you put it on has to be non-magnetic, or it has to be basically wood.
So I got a question for you. Do you think he was just pulling the positive out of the air and the negative out of the ground?
Yep.
And running them into some kind of capacitor bank or some kind of wheel or some some device, because there actually is positive energy up there. And if you could pull the negative out of the ground, then you can get free energy all day.
Mm-hmm. A solar panel that could work at nighttime.
Yeah. I mean, that's really not that difficult.
No. And they were building these solar panels back in the early 1900s. People were building these things.
Because all you have to have is the draw.
Yeah.
That's it. If you understand like the energy we deal with, it's in the draw. If you could pull the draw, you can fill the bank. That's it. You got to fill it with the opposite. So if it's negative in the ground, you just have to have a positive draw on the other side, and you'll get it. And the same thing with the positive up there.
Yeah,
you got to be able to pull it through the circuit.
Right. So basically, you got the one wire coming from the sky, from the plate in the sky, that comes down, and before it goes to ground, you put it through the full-wave bridge rectifier. So now you're getting a DC. Your ground is down here coming up. You join it to the full-wave bridge rectifier, and then from there, it's probably going to be. It could be quite high voltage, so you might have to use a higher rated full-wave bridge. And then from there, just start storing in large capacitors. And you could probably accumulate a lot of power over a period of, hours or days. You can accumulate a lot of charge in those capacitors. But it's the whole concept is, where a solar panel is only good in daylight. Well, these things will take the cosmic rays from the sun during the day, the cosmic rays coming off the reflection of the moon at night, and anything else in between.
Check it out, Mike. I did an experiment. I used my Tesla coil as the positive on the outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the ground was the negative. So as soon as you tap the light in the ground, after it was lit up by the original Tesla coil, it lit up brighter.
Yes.
So that was my draw. I had already created the draw. But as soon as I did, I could pull the energy straight from the ground in order to light it up brighter.
Yeah, because
that's their whole experiment. No, that's it.
Yeah, because remember I did the Don Smith thing with the plasma tower, right?
Yeah.
It would have worked even if the ground wasn't even attached to the ground. Okay. But the kicker was, the second I became the ground, that's when the voltage started pulling through my body.
Yeah.
And I went, holy crap, because the power went up really, really quick, right? So, yeah, like the ground is where the current emanates from. As soon as you get that ground there, watch out, because the current's coming.
We have a negative energy field under the surface of our planet, right?
Right.
I mean, it's the only way that ground has that much energy in it.
Like the Wardenclyffe Tower, the original design, the underground network was just as tall as the tower above the ground as it was below the ground. And not only that, he had a massive copper bus that went into the ocean right beside the Wardenclyffe property. And that plate was large. I'm not sure the exact dimensions of it, but it was very, very big. And he shoved it in salt water, which is basically you plugged yourself right into the earth.
Yeah. Oh, no, it did.
Yeah. So he had two choices. He could send power through the air, or he could send power right through the ground. So his magnifying transmitter, if you had a receiver, say on a submarine or a ship out at sea, he would have instantaneous propagation between the land and the sea vessel.
So
Instantaneously.
all we need to find is somebody who has a well that they went to city water, and then we'll just tap the pipe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go right into the aquifer below.
Yeah, we'll see how far we can light it up. That would be interesting.
Miles. Well, Dollar did that experiment in around 1980. I believe it was around 85. It was part of his Tesla experiments he did called the Lone Pine Writings. And he had two magnifying transmitters. They were 7 miles apart, had no antenna. He attached it to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The location where he was in Bolinas, the ground network was right where the fault line was of the Earth. There's a fault line that goes right through Bolinas.
Yeah.
So he transmitted a full audio signal from his shop that was 7 miles away and transmitted only through the ground. He had no antenna. Right through the ground, and it reached its destination instantaneously. So you don't even need an antenna. You can transmit through the earth.
Well, yeah, that's the point. So if I'm getting high RF is what I'm getting as the field, then it's a no-brainer to put it to the ground.
Sure. Especially if you're at sea. That's the best antenna ever.
Huh. That's so funny.
I'm eating nuts again, Ben. I got my
We can't see them; they're all blacked out. Now I can see them. Close to you.
Trying to get it in focus. Huh?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm just munching away on these things. I love these things. They're so.
Gotta have the salty nuts for the day.
Yeah. All I need is a beer.
Do they use the Pepsi glass because it has like it's fibrous looking the lattice structure? Is that like how it picks up the different kinds of rays, whether it's day or nighttime?
Well, it's picking up cosmic rays, neutrinos, anything that's hitting the Earth.
Is it because of the Pepsi glass structure, like atomic
the
structure?
Plexiglass is a dielectric. So what you're doing is you're insulating the plate that's getting the particles of energy hitting it.
Okay.
Right? So you want to trap that electrostatic field that's on the plate in the plexiglass. So it's no different than a capacitor. It does the same thing. But you're using a very, very high grade aluminum steel that's polished. It has to be polished.
So hold on. Couldn't I take the TV screen out of these new TVs, just like they do with that thing that heats up the rocks and stuff, and amplify the living daylights out of it into that plate, and you get energy out of that?
Got to try it.
It may only work during the sun time, but that would be a different way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a dude once use that to create this, like, I don't know, it's called the sun death ray. And he melts like rocks with this thing. He built like a little contraption,
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and then he just like, he puts things and like the where it meets, like the hottest point is, like he measures it, and then like he can melt pretty much anything almost, So, like those TV screens are very powerful.
Oh yeah. I think
Magnificent.
I think
Yes.
the big thing is with that experiment that he did is the fact that you can harvest energy even at nighttime, where a solar
Yeah.
panel can only harvest power during the daylight, right? Rain or shine, day or night, and 24 hours a day. That's what we should be using today, but we're not. According to the patent office, well, for the U.S. anyways, it states that any solar panel device cannot exceed 22% efficiency.
Is it out of fear that it's going to cause a fire, or is it too powerful?
No,
They just don't want you to have an efficient. They had solar panels back in the 70s that were 80 to 85% efficient. They would not allow them on the market.
Yeah, in Dr. Greer's documentary, "The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It," he specifically talks about one of the patents that was denied simply because it was photovoltaic. I don't know. That's pretty standard stuff, though.
Yeah, it was 80% efficient.
It feels like this. It's like how we have like the spectrometers that could read all the sorts of different bands. Well, if they don't have a detector for whatever you're building, like you're making, then they don't have the tool to actually monitor it. So they, like, if you have that much efficiency, maybe they don't even have the technology just to keep tabs on it. So they deny it. They keep things in a range that they could still have, access to. I mean, that's how I see it. Like,
I think the other thing too is they keep it inefficient, so you have to buy a lot of solar panels to do the job. With these solar panels they had back in the 70s, all you would need is maybe 2 or 3 of them. That's it. You could power your whole house. Right?
Nice. That'd be good.
Yeah.
I heard also that the mercury, the spinning mercury could gain energy or something like that, and if you put that on top of your house, it would get like atmospheric energy. I posted a video on APEC, but I didn't really fully understand. But spinning mercury could do that, and that's one of the reasons they tried to ban mercury.
I wonder how much mercury it would take, though. Like, would you need a lot of it, or maybe just a tiny bit?
Not that much.
Not that much, but they say that mercury is very toxic and very dangerous, blah blah blah. But
I mean, it's
apparently
somewhat
it's
toxic, but not as much as they say it is.
Well, if you have the proper apparatus to actually have the mercury inside, so you're not getting exposed to the lethal fumes or exposure to your skin. The fumes and the exposure to your skin are the two hazards that you really got to worry about with mercury. If you have it in the proper casing, you should be okay. Right?
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, but they
not that I'm going to touch the stuff anytime soon.
I mean, listen, I was a kid. I played with mercury like it was nothing. I used to buy those thermometers, just pop them and gather the mercury for fun. I used to play with that thing and nothing happened. I'm still here, still alive. I even heard like they say mercury eats gold. So I literally brought like a little, glass bowl, filled it with mercury and dropped a ring in there and left it there for weeks to see if it really does eat gold. And like it came back, and looked at it, and it did have like little, the gold like little holes in it, but cavitations, call it, yeah. So nothing happened. So I don't know.
I think that's very interesting, though. That's very cool.
Yeah. So
nobody wants to try, but you already did.
I mean, they say it's poisonous. I wouldn't recommend it to nobody, but firsthand experience, nothing happened to me. So I was a kid. So remember that. I was just a kid that didn't know yet chemistry, just thought it was a cool thing, So, I don't know. I mean, to stay safe, play with gallium. Gallium is okay.
Yeah, gallium is fine, but or Galinstan if you want to have liquid gallium at room temperature.
Yeah, I got some bismuth to work with. I'm planning to experiment with bismuth a little bit.
They associate mercury with like the infrared spectrum for some reason. Somehow it could be used to detect something in that field. I don't know how it's done, but I know they're associated with each other. That element with building a detector for the infrared spectrum. Yeah. So
Interesting.
it's like when you read so much, you don't know where you read it, but you know read it.
Yeah.
It's like that. So it's like, yeah, I know, but I just cannot remember exactly where I read it because it's a lot of things that I come across. So, but yeah, those two things I thought were kind of interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, I have that problem a lot.
I don't read a lot, so just remembering where I saw something is difficult.
Have
You go through so many videos and stuff when you research. It's hard sometimes when you go through a lot of data.
Phil, you were talking about I remember that Mercury vortex that you were showing on APEC, but I never understood, could you tell us again on how that thing worked, or what were you trying to achieve with it exactly?
Well, what I did, you mean what I did achieve?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was gallium spinning in a vortex powered by magnetohydrodynamics forces. You have a magnet and an electric current. So it would make the gallium spin in a vortex. And the gallium spinning around would create a gravitomagnetic field that would alter the weight of the apparatus, and I did measure a weight shift, but if it was spinning like clockwise, I would measure a shift, like a weight gain. Actually, it would gain weight, and if it was spinning counterclockwise, I would measure still a gain in weight, but not at the same level, like half of the amplitude of the other direction. So that was the official experiment done in a professional lab, and it's exactly the same thing that I got similar results when I did it at home before that. So yeah.
So what you're saying is it actually lost a little weight between the difference.
No,
it still gained weight, but it lost it.
It gained weight in a clockwise mode, but in counterclockwise mode it gained weight, but just a little bit, not as much. So it's really weird. I'm trying to understand the mathematics. Now I've got the University of Sherbrooke on it. They're gonna work on it. I paid them, so I'm expecting a clear answer. But
yeah, that's weird. I wonder what that means.
It is weird, but what I think is because when you have a disc that is spinning, you have the angular kinetic energy that kicks in. So you have an angular kinetic energy that's gonna change the weight of the apparatus. Plus, you have the gravitomagnetic field that's gonna reduce or increase the weight again. So I think there's two things going on. That's why it's so confusing. So you have the angular momentum that increases the kinetic energy, and you have the gravitomagnetic field that plays a role. So I think I just need to make the calculation to confirm, but I think that's what's happening. And if you put the disc was flat, horizontally flat, but I did the same experiment with a grinder at 90 degrees, and I would get a weight loss. So it's really weird, man. You get a weight loss if you're at 90 degrees, but you're gonna get a weight gain if you're flat or counterclockwise and clockwise direction. So it's really weird.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It almost feels it has something to do with the Earth's rotation. If you're like with the rotation or against the rotation, because
Yeah, maybe. But
like
maybe or that or the angular kinetic energy plus the gravitomagnetic field that it generates.
Yeah, the geometry of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't have the apparatus anymore because I need to pay my bills. They're not gonna give me the apparatus until I pay my bills, so I need to do that. So yeah, so I cannot redo the experiment here because I don't have the apparatus anymore.
Cool. Interesting
so,
stuff.
Yeah, but the weight gain or weight loss doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it gains or weight or loses weight because you can still use it. It still generates a force sufficient, and made the calculation, and the force, if you have multiple apparatus in series, then because you can share the current in series very easily. So if you have a multiple apparatus, you put a stack of them at the same time, and you stack them up, and you can propel a submarine. So you have stealth propulsion right there because it's not going to make any noise.
Yeah,
So that's the
you
cool
know
thing
what?
about
That's
it.
very true. Actually, one of the biggest U.S. military secrets is this special propeller unit that they have on their nuclear subs, and like really closely guarded because it makes very little cavitation in the water, which is essential if you want stealth, right?
Yeah.
It was a very, very guarded secret on how these propellers were designed. So,
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, one of the biggest secrets they had was a propeller.
Yeah, normal
It's not a secret
propellers will destroy themselves with the cavitation.
It's not a secret anymore.
Are they called the U-boats?
No, that was U-boats were made by the Germans.
Okay, all right, so
Yeah.
that's a different. Okay.
Yeah, it's World War II stuff. There was a lot of interesting tech back in World War II. Man, right from free energy to anti-gravity devices, the deglocka, and man, I could just read about that stuff for hours. There was so much. They were so far ahead.
Yeah, I just saw something today. They had camouflage technology where they would blend in with the trees. It was so cool.
See, I know at that time when they pretty much shut down Tesla, he lost all his funding. But before World War II happened, he did a lot of collaboration with the Germans on some technology. And one of them was his vibrating oscillator. It was powered by air. I don't know if you guys know about this. It was a cylinder. The way he designed it, the original design was made for the earthquake machine. Remember the earthquake machine? Okay, so it was a piston that slid back and forth, probably about less than an inch back and forth with a heavy magnet on it. Well, it had two coils on either side. Every time the piston went back and forth from coil to coil, it would create voltage. These coils had something like 40 kilometers of wiring on these coils. So this piston, when you fed it air, it would vibrate back and forth at a very high rate of speed and create electricity. And that was the power plant that they used on the U-boats. Now, if you dig deeper into it, which I did, at that time leading up to the start of World War II, the Germans were buying huge quantities of liquid oxygen tanks. That was the fuel source for the U-boats. Number two, if you got liquid oxygen on board, guess what? You got a submarine that doesn't have to go to the surface. It has it on board.
Good point.
It provides oxygen and also powers the craft or the ship.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So apparently that power plant was designed originally by Tesla. That was one of the tech that they got from him.
Yeah, you can reserve space on there by combining, the need for oxygen, which usually you have to use a separate tank for, and just combine that with the fuel tank, and it's your same tank.
Yeah, it's the same tank. So it provides oxygen for the sailors and provides the electrical power to keep those U-boats running. Because those U-boats at that time, they were stealth. They didn't have diesel engines on board. They didn't need them. Right? So they were so far ahead. Like some of the stuff they had. And then the other one was called the Lockridge device. It was a Bosch motor about yay big, not very big, maybe about 6 inches long. And after the war, this soldier by the name of Lockwood, he had to go do cleanup after the war in Germany. And they got into a warehouse and they seen this generator running, the Lockridge device. So Lockridge was the name of the soldier that found it. So they seen the device running and they're going, where's the fuel source? Like there's no petrol, there's no battery hooked up to it, nothing, but it was running 300 watts of lights. But apparently if you went over 300 watts, it would kill the motor or the generator, it would shut down. So you could use up to 300 watts, no more. But the thing would just continue to run and run and run and run. So to make long story short, Lockridge and his buddy, they picked it up. Well, they actually forcefully stopped the machine because it was just running. And they stopped the device. I don't know how they did it. Probably kicked it or, put their foot on it or something to stop it. And they picked it up, put it in a container, and with a little bit of luck, they got it back to the U.S. and they didn't declare it to the government. Wow. So he lived in, don't quote me, I think it was either Kentucky, one of the southern U.S. states. I can't remember where he was. I think it could have been Texas. But he started doing R&D, back engineered it. So he got a group, and see, he was paranoid. He wanted to sell this stuff to like campers and stuff like this as a power source. But when he was building the device, he had to hire workers that weren't going to know the inner workings of the device. He didn't want these people to know. So there'll be one guy winding coils all the time, another guy working on the armature all the time. And he used mentally challenged people to build the parts for the machine. You say hired him. Yeah. He had about 6 or 8 people that worked for him. Each of them had their little room, with their wire, they're making the coils and making all the separate parts. And after all the parts were done, he sent them all home. And then he put the devices together. So apparently he was successful in re-engineering that device. So you might want to look that up. Anybody who's interested, it's called the Lockridge device.
By the way, Bedini had a whole video on it that was
That's right.
over an hour long.
Yeah.
And you don't see it a whole lot. It's on archive.org, and you can watch the whole thing. They won't let it on YouTube because it's an over Unity device.
Yeah.
But the problem is they didn't replace the brushes with the correct brushes on it.
That's right. They had to be tapered brushes.
Yeah, so they couldn't get it to restart once they had broken it down. So yeah, I did put it on campers and stuff like that. That was really cool.
Mhm.
What would be awesome is we find one of those old campers and pull it off of there and just put in the right stuff. But nobody kept the old brushes.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we're going back to 1945, 1950 time period. To find that would be just the hit of the century. If you
I know.
Like, if you
Crazier things have happened, though. They keep finding, from what I understand, they keep finding Mustangs in barns still. So there must be some hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And the other one that was a really interesting device Bendini was talking about, I think I talked about it before, is the mercury battery. It had a little hand crank on it. And he said, I don't know with this battery, it was dead, but the second you just, crank the little wheel, it would spin up the mercury inside and the battery would just come back to life, right?
Nice.
So, yeah, so
Nice.
this is all
No
circa
rust?
World War II stuff.
No rust or anything?
No, it was fully functional even, 50 years later.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, they had some interesting tech back then. Like, if
So,
you
so
really,
what's up with Tesla and the pyramids? The pyramids were some sort of draining system or something like that, I heard. Or
well, it was a power plant. It created power. It was, if you look at the interior structures of the pyramid, and a guy actually, I forget what his name was. He did an experiment. He got a very large slab of the same type of, I think, not granite, limestone. Okay, got a big, like huge. The thing must have weighed 500 pounds, massive. He took a high voltage probe. Those, I guess they're like, I wouldn't say, stun gun, but it had 50,000 volts of power. He was able to light a light bulb at the bottom of the limestone with this probe hitting it with huge amount of electricity, and it went right through it. It full connection right through the huge slab of limestone. So obviously it was a great dielectric. It had electrical properties to it. So if you have a lot of electrostatic, it also had a huge aquifer up below it, a grounding network. So there was probably a massive ground system to the pyramid as well.
yeah.
Now I can light up the quartz in that pyramid with that one wire energy with no problem.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I get that energy running right through that sucker. And then that pulse wave, when you get that water that comes in that cavern and it smacks it, it's water hammer. So you're getting a pulse wave out of it.
Yeah.
It just amplifies. So it acts as the piezo pulse wave in your motor that you have in your Renegade. It acts the exact same way. So it's going to amplify that whole place that much bigger. That energy was this huge. It was enormous.
Yeah, I imagine there was probably a lot of piezoelectric properties to the pyramid as well.
Oh, massively. That's what I mean. That all that the granite they had in there,
Yeah.
the granite itself picks up water like a sponge. So it sucks into the actual what is it, feldspar that's in there, and it absorbs it in there and puts it right around the quartz. So as soon as you get right around the quartz, man, you activate the quartz with the energy source like I use in the one wire energy, which would be the same thing they had in the Ark of the Covenant.
Right.
And then bam, you can just amplify the living daylights out of that sucker. As soon as you put that water hammer in that pulse wave, boom.
Yeah.
And then it would look like light outside, because if you said with all the electrical properties you said that the limestone had, then on the outside it looked like daylight.
What
You
do
know
you
what I mean?
What do
Or
you
a
think
big
would a
bright
capstone
spot.
good? Like what kind of material a capstone to simulate that beam of light that supposedly used to come out of it? What would you use for that like top part to amplify that kind of energy?
At the top of the pyramid?
Yeah.
Oh, it was probably gold or some kind of metal of some kind. I think if I were to make an educated guess, it was gold. Yeah.
I don't know that it shot energy into the sky though.
Yeah, that's what they supposedly did. So it had to, that top piece had to absorb all the energy from the quartz, from all of that, all the way to the top, and then, you know, beam
Yeah,
down.
you see, that's the thing about energy though. It doesn't work that way. It's not like light. You can't just shoot it up.
I think it was absorbent energy from the sky. Basically, what Tesla's magnifying transmitter was. That's
They pulled a Tesla coil dipole on it, and it pulled in everything. It wasn't shooting it out. It had to pull it in.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was also a communication system between the pyramids, all the pyramids. It was like a network. So
Well, if they did the same thing, then they're all pulling the same energy. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if you have all that charged water going through all the water network that was below the surface there, you could transmit that power anywhere in that vicinity of the pyramid, and
Well, it'd all be green.
They could have had devices that lit up, light
it. No, it would literally take all the Egypt would be green. It would not be full of sand. It could be completely green.
Yeah. So probably
the way of terraforming a planet. You could literally take the energy from the outside and run it through the bottom and make the connection and put it through that water and literally terraform the planet, because the energy itself imparts pure frequency on the plants, which makes them grow faster and bigger. So it's absolutely what they were doing.
Yeah.
Now,
maybe
why, I don't know.
Maybe that's the reason why it's now a desert, is because that pyramid was destroyed. It wasn't functioning anymore, and that whole area died. It became a desert. It had no life force energy left.
I think in ancient depiction, they said it was a green metropolis.
Yeah.
You know, like life was flowing through it, water, like greenery, and even in their, their writings on their walls or like in their stone, it depicts.
Well, see, they had the technology back then, and look at California should get Gavin Newsom should get inspired by 4,000 years old the Egyptians.
I think it's a lot older than 4,000.
Oh yeah, 22,000 or more.
Oh yeah, I think it goes. I think the Egyptians inherited it.
They did.
They built it.
I think they saw like carbon dating water lines, so they think that it was part of the flood of, like it flooded, like all the biblical flood.
No, I think it was at that time, it could have been a very lush tropical area.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happens, Mike, when you suppress that much water in the center of the earth and then you flip the field? So it could just be a pole shift that flipped the field, but when you flip the field, you can't hold in that amount of water. So they say that we have 3 times the ocean in rocks underneath the ocean, okay, underneath the ground and everything. So if you get a pole shift, you cannot hold in all of that right away. It'll have to shift the pole and then it'll have to go back, right? But when you do that, you're going to get an enormous amount of water eject out of the center, and it's going to flood everything.
Yeah.
You're not. It's going to come from everywhere. You can't. There's no controlling that.
Yeah.
So
big reset right there.
Well, yeah, and if it keeps doing it every 20-something thousand years, what was the pyramid for? It was to stop the reset.
Maybe, yeah.
And if it they failed.
Yeah.
Or they did it and put it off for a while, but they can't match a planet or a sun when it comes to that. You have to go based on what it does.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just like a machine, and then it got neglected over time, and it got to the point where it didn't even function anymore and didn't do what it was intended it, to actually do. There are a lot of wars that went through, down in history. It got looted. The Sphinx face got changed,
Altered. Yeah.
altered, you know, we're talking many, many years of things that could have happened to that pyramid over time, right? So if we're correct to say that this thing goes back 30,000 years, what, there a lot of stuff could have happened to that, area in 30,000 years, So, but, we're looking at the remnants of an incredible machine.
And also what you said, there is a lot of evidence that we do have that it was inherited or was a lot older than, the Egyptians were, specifically, the theory that there was a pre-dynastic era that was more advanced, and we see the evidence of that with the precise, pottery and precision of the geometries juxtaposed against the, the clay and mud pyramids that are just imprecise and weak, and they just don't hold up.
Yeah, like Randall Carlson, he talks about this too, this theory that, the pyramids are a lot older than what, the regular mainstream, scientists are saying how old it actually is. And I think it's like, because it's in Egypt, Egypt kind of takes that as a pride thing. So for them to admit that, they inherited it, they didn't actually build it, even to this day, we don't have the machinery that can construct something of that magnitude. We don't have.
Well, think about it this way: if you're, in that time we had the Egyptians who ruled over, a bunch of slaves. You have to keep those slaves in order, and you can't let them know that you don't know what the pyramids are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that too.
You'd lose your power. You'd be like, "Oh, I know exactly how they work. I built them." You have to build your history and deceive them.
Well, in a pole shift situation, when it flips the fields, are you sure that the gravity is still taking hold the same way that it is right now? I'm not so sure that it does. So we think of them as the way they are now, but it may not be that way if gravity wasn't the same. You see, as soon as you release those oceans under the water, that gravity is different. So it has to do with the force being pushed upon them. Now, if the force is less or the force is more, where's your gravity level? You know what I mean? Could we have gotten to that level where the more that it pushed on it or whatever, the taller people got? See, we're going through it now. Everybody that I've noticed is getting a lot taller in the next generation. Yeah. So all of my kids got taller than me. All my brother's kids got taller than him. I mean, not by a little bit. We're 4 or 5 inches. It's been a lot.
Less gravity. I mean that's the only,
well,
think less gravity. We're experiencing
same thing. The same thing. If you go way back to the dinosaurs, why were the dinosaurs so big?
Yeah. Right.
That's
an important question.
What was the atmospheric conditions of the planet at that time? Was it higher CO2 levels? Was it higher oxygen levels? That would be very interesting to see what the atmospheric conditions were back then compared to what it is now. Might explain why the dinosaurs were as big as they were.
Yeah.
So, like even people too, like the Bible talks about giants. So you get into the Nephilim and the fallen angels, right? So I believe honestly that it is exactly true. There were giants back in those days. Now, why was this omitted from the Bible? Like, why was the Book of Enoch taken out of the situation, right? That's a big question. Why was it left out?
Not only that, the clear cover-up of skeletal remains of giants by the Smithsonian.
They're all over the planet.
There's since then there's been like since the pickup and like interest in the topic, I've noticed an uptick in fake like disinformation campaigns, like fake photos, like people debunking photos that are coming out that are actually fake, as some sort of disinformation campaign to get us to believe that they never existed at all.
Yeah. Well,
there's too much evidence globally to deny.
Well, look at the old story that's very widely open in the Bible, David and Goliath.
Yeah.
Right? So, from what I understood, because I think I asked my pastor that, how big was Goliath? I just said it, and he couldn't give me an answer.
Yeah, I wonder if they ever describe in the Bible.
From what I understand, he was anywhere from 8.5 to 9 feet tall. That's what I found out. I don't know how true that is, so take it for what it's worth. But,
that's a big guy. Just imagine that, though.
Well, okay,
okay. That are huge.
So, like Mike does says, Andre the Giant. Okay, he was 7'4" and weighed 500 pounds. So add another 2 feet to Andre's height.
Yeah,
that's a big dude.
Yeah.
Any way you look at it, you got a 9-foot human being coming at you.
I know, right? That's scary to think about.
If the guy was 9 feet, actually, there was another wrestler years ago. He went by Giant Gonzalez. He was, I believe, from Brazil or Colombia or something.
No, Giant Gonzalez.
Yeah, he was 8'2" or something like that. He was over 8 feet tall.
I went to that WrestleMania in Vegas when he was there.
Right, he was fighting Undertaker.
Undertaker, yeah.
Yeah. So he made the Undertaker look small.
Yeah.
And Undertaker's 6'10".
Yeah, that's a big dude to begin with.
He's a big dude, 320 pounds. Giant Gonzalez, he must have been, I'm estimating he had to have been at least 500 pounds.
Oh, yeah. It's just scary how much stronger they get when you get to that height. Like, it was insane under the Giant. He just started rocking cars and flipping them over, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah. They said he had the strength of 3 men, 3 very large men.
Yeah. It looked like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you a funny video, Mike. Check this out. You don't have to play it, but you guys can share it and watch it later.
Okay.
This guy literally said, he had his Tesla coil, and he says, I'm going to have scalar energy, and I'm going to help you impart scalar energy on you, right?
Oh, this video, okay. I'm not going to spoil anything.
Send me your picture, and I'll put it next to my Tesla coil, and then it'll impart energy on you, right? You'll somehow get a burst of energy from it, right? And I'm fucking laughing my ass off, dude. He's going, this is scalar energy. It's going to go right through your picture. You got to start thinking of it that way. Dude, and I'm thinking, oh, man, I'm going to send him a picture of my ass, dude. He's going to put some energy on that.
Dude, he hid the device and made us believe it wasn't, like, he didn't say it was a Tesla coil, but it was a Tesla coil. He's like, this device, and he hid it so it didn't look like a Tesla coil, and he's like, this device sends out wireless electricity.
Oh, dude,
and he puts
he had his t-shirt on and everything, and he was just like, dude, no, it was like totally.
What a snake oil salesman.
I'm just going to scoot out for a quick smoke. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
You watched it, didn't you, Ben?
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious and kind of sad because that's, I mean, he's trying to con people for their money here.
Well, clearly,
oh
dude, clear con job. It was like, I watched him on the show about crystals, right? Mm-hmm. And the lady was all into her crystals and stuff like that, which is cool. But then he goes on with this device and he's laying it on thick, right? And you can tell when they do it because they start telling him stuff. And he goes, oh, you must understand this energy really well then. You're doing great, right?
Yeah.
You know that's the total sleazeball line of I'm giving you a bunch of crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like some kind of infomercial.
Dude, I lost it when as soon as he said, I'm going to put your picture up here, I just fucking lost it, dude. I fell over. I'm here working with the real thing, and here's this asshole over here saying, "Yo, here, give me your picture." I thought about sending him my picture. You know,
what got me was when he was like, our device, and he had a Tesla coil covered up so it didn't look like a Tesla coil. I was like, our device.
Was a Tesla coil.
Yeah,
he admitted it later.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
I was like,
and he called the radiant energy coming out of it scalar.
Oh my god! No, but
not the inside of it, not anywhere else, not the test to prove it. He just said, "Hey, the radiant energy is scalar energy, and this is the energy of the universe." And I'm thinking, man, we're fucked.
Oh my god!
That guy.
How many subscribers did he have?
Like 10,000, dude.
Oh.
People are buying a shovel full of that shit. I can tell you that.
That's unfortunate. Well, we're here to debunk that crap. Put it in the trash where it belongs, ladies and gentlemen. Time to take out the trash.
Dude, it was just bad. It's funny to watch and laugh at, but then you're thinking, this is like the competition I go against online. This is horrifying. Like, I'm actually doing the real experiment, and this guy's putting his picture over there, and he's got more subscribers than I do, and I'm like, you're crazy. That's just not right. I know.
Yeah, so it's like the Gen Z guy. He just says anything. It makes no sense. He always like ends up his sentences like in a fishtail way, and to make people wonder. He never finishes what he says to make people wonder, and he got like tons of followers.
Oh man, yeah, dude. I don't know. I couldn't do that. I mean, the tests are what they are. You can watch it for yourself. I could not tell somebody to send me a picture with a straight face and say, I'm going to impart energy on you. I mean, dude, I couldn't do it, Phil. Like, I can't look at somebody and say that. I can't lie to them like that. I just can't.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, some people can.
People like the whole idea of the magic or the psychic or the, so people like to be deceived, just pretty much. Like they like a mystery. They don't. Once you explain it to them, it becomes boring. But
yeah, like David Blaine. That's
right.
Everybody's fascination with David Blaine and his magic tricks.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it a mystery then.
People like deceived.
We should get you a magician's hat and a wand.
I mean, if you really want to go deep with it, I mean, I could say this. He wants the photo in order to, your image is quantumly entangled to you. If you really want to go deep with it, try to analyze it.
I understand the teaching and the crystals part of it and all that, right? And I'm not saying that they're wrong, because they are right. It does put off energy. Can you amplify it and do exactly what they're saying it does? Yes. But you can't take your picture next to a Tesla coil. You just can't. Can you use the Tesla coil and impart the energy on the crystal? Absolutely you can. And there's a scientific method for that. That's what I do. But this guy, man, I understand you want to entangle that, but no, we're not back in the day where the Indians thought that you were taking their soul with the picture. You know what I mean? we're not there.
Yeah. Well, in the medieval times with the source, the wizards and all that.
We'll go over there with a Polaroid and they think we took on all their souls.
Nathan, it's easier for them to believe in that than to understand the science, because for them that's like folklore, it's passed down from generation to generation that, but this is like new age stuff. Most people would go with what they are comfortable with.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The actual teachings are 100% correct. It's you're putting in stuff though that is half truth to something because you don't know the science of it to make it right. Like there are energies to the crystal. They do impart the stuff onto your body. There's no question about that. I could do it right now. The thing is, they don't know how to do it. And that's the problem. And I wasn't talking about the crystal people so much. It was just that he was on their show and they were totally in on it, right? Like, yeah, a picture. And I saw one lady, like, you just see it in her face drooped down a little bit, and she's like, this guy's feeding me a line of shit. You just saw it running right through her eyes. You could not hide it. Like, she was like, oh, fuck, I got to go with this shit today. Like, this guy's a real fucking handful. Like, I'm not swallowing that piece of shit. Like,
well, you listen to him for like 5 minutes, and he just sounds like a sleazy car salesman.
Yeah. Like, literally, I thought my muffler was going to get ripped off my car and given it back to me. Like, yeah, here you go. We fixed it for you. Yeah. Dude, it was bad. I just, it's one of those things where you want to go on there and tell him the truth, right? And he's going on these shows with like 100,000 subscribers, and he's over there telling them what it is, and they're excited to hear it, but they don't know anything about a Tesla coil, so they wouldn't know the difference, right? So, but as soon as he pulled out his picture, you should have known when something was up, right? It's like, how many times have I put my face next to my Tesla coil on my live show and said, hey, watch me do this to a burrito? It's like, dude, I must have like the most energetic day of everyone.
I know what you're talking about. I know what I saw. What you saw. I know what you're talking about. I remember. Yes. Now I remember. Yes. Yeah. Load of BS. It was a load of BS. But yeah, whatever. You know.
Yeah, like, because if it works, man, I would literally run up and down the block. I'd lose 100 pounds. I'd be like a superstar champion type. You know what I mean? But it didn't work that way. So anyway, it was just funny. I'll play it tomorrow with Joe probably. And I can't get over it. Sorry.
Well, as this new technology comes out, I always said there's going to be more grifters, so we got to look out for them and debunk them when we see them. You know.
Well, the sad thing was I showed them how to do it on my channel. It was like all you had to do was copy it. All you had to do was copy it, and you would have been right. That was the whole thing.
Well, he's probably not smart enough to do it himself. You know, he probably bought a Tesla coil online and just, sold some BS. You know what I mean? Like, that's probably what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of like when you see a televangelist and you feel dirty.
You're like a Jimmy Swaggart.
You know that if you go backstage with this guy, you're getting felt up. You're like, no. I think we're done here.
Like Joel Osteen, if you got to take refuge somewhere, he's gonna be like, no.
No, we're done. Bad.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude.
You heard about that story, right, Nathan? Where Joel Osteen, the televangelist, he locked his Congress out, or his congression out of the church when the city was flooding, and they were looking for refuge.
Oh man, there you go, Bernie. I sent it to you. So just watch a couple of them. He's on different shows, and you'll absolutely laugh. So anyway, he probably meant it for somebody else, but I think it's freaking hilarious.
Clickbait, right?
Oh, dude, no. He's full in. No. He's you know what deep. He's oh man, it was funny. Yeah, anyway, what else is going on, guys?
Oh, I have a video I want to show you guys. I'm going to share my screen here in a second. Just bear with me. Okay. Just see if I can inspire somebody here. guys see my screen okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Laser Save.
Hi, I'm Dominic Bogan.
Okay, unfortunately, I lost all the video clips from the assembly of these air batteries. But there's really nothing to them, so I'm just going to use this light here that they're powering to illustrate how they're made. This is a 3-inch by 10-inch carbon rod. And what I've done is I've put a layer between the carbon rod and the magnesium ribbon. That layer in these batteries is just paper towel, just household paper towel. 1 layer thickness. It wraps around the carbon rod. I put masking tape in a couple places to hold it, and then I start wrapping on my magnesium ribbon. Now it's important to make sure the magnesium ribbon never overlaps on itself. You want about an 1/8 inch gap between each wind. If it touches itself, you won't get as much current out of your air battery. So yeah, you just start at the bottom, put some masking tape on to hold it. You work your way all the way up to the top. You exit the top terminal. That'll be your negative terminal. I've drilled into the center of the carbon rod and put a copper wire there to connect my positive terminal. Now these will run like my magnetic motor and stuff just straight off without doing anything to them. But I've figured out a way to really activate these. What you do is you mix salt into water, boil the salt into some water, and do an application on the paper towel of that. And that will really bring out the power in these cells. It doesn't seem to destroy the magnesium ribbon at any rapid rate at all that I've noticed. But anyway, sorry that I lost the videos as I built this. I had probably 10 minutes of good quality videos showing how to build these, and maybe I'll do it again, but I don't want to take these apart to illustrate that again. Now, if you want to keep these running at maximum power, if you don't want them to just dry out and run at, I don't know how many milliamps these will run at dry, but very adequate to run small motors and things. But if you want more power, put them in a lid. You can put water or salt water in the base of this lid, and the paper towel will wick the moisture up through the air battery. Run it at maximum power that way. So yeah, if you're wanting to run like a compact fluorescent light off a Joule Thief or something that you really need a lot of current, you can certainly keep these moist with a lid or something like this. You could also bury these in the ground. These would make great earth batteries. And then you can just let them completely dry out. And if you have enough air humidity, like I have, you can run, I don't even think it would take that much air humidity, to tell you the truth. When you get the salt on the paper towel between the magnesium ribbon and the carbon, it takes very little humidity to run a motor continuously off of these. But right now, these are each putting out about 1.5 amps, 1,500 milliamps. They're not completely saturated, but they're not totally dry either. You could keep them at this moisture saturation using a lid and the wicking action. But yeah, so together I have, right now I think they're running about 2.5 amps at about 1.7 volts. You can see that just connected to this LED, I mean, this is so bright you don't want to look at it. I can shine it around the house here in the daylight and you see the hot spot. You could easily take these air cell batteries in this configuration and really do serious power with them. I'm to the point now where I just am excited about building more of these and just, you know, using them as actual power sources of continuous constant power, because they certainly can produce it. So anyway, sorry I lost the build video. I think I've given you the information necessary to duplicate these. They are very easy to build. You shouldn't have any trouble. One roll of magnesium ribbon seems to cover a 10-inch by 3-inch graphite rod just fine. This is medium grade graphite. That means it's slightly porous, which I think is a good thing. I think that absorbs air humidity and moisture. So yeah, anyway, that's it. Definitely build these things up. You'll find that they give a great source of continuous power.
So what you think of that?
Very interesting.
That was awesome.
So that was, yeah.
That was 14 years ago we did this video.
And that was Labor Saber?
Yep, Laser Saber. Yep. He did that video 14 years ago.
Wow.
Can you put up the link so we can share it? Or maybe share it in the chat?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Give me a sec here.
Doesn't the carbon tube break when he puts the copper wire inside?
No, he drills it in very, very slowly. And as long as you just drill slowly, it won't damage it. Okay, the link is there. Yeah, so he also did a really cool electrostatic motor. What he did was he got his Van de Graaff generator on the other side of the room. He sparked it up, and the motor started to run. Yeah, the magnesium ribbon, you can buy it on Amazon. It's very easy to buy. It's readily
Oh, wow. I'm already subscribed to that guy. Okay.
Yeah. He's got some really, he's made electrostatic motors, magnesium air batteries. He's done a super solar panel setup, a super jewel ringer, jewel thief device. He's got some really, really interesting stuff.
Is he the guy with the super cab jewel thief? He had something like that. Yeah, I saw a video on that. That was cool.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. He'll put out a video maybe once every couple of years. The last one he did was, I believe it was that thermo. He made a container and he used the aerogel, and he got one of those what do you call what's the name of it? It converts heat to electricity. Peltier device. So you attach the Peltier converter on top with a heat sink, and he had sustained power for weeks.
Nice.
That's cool.
I'm going to have to check that out again because that might be something really cool just to build.
Yeah. So like the graphite or graphene, you can use graphene, you can use graphite. That's where the charge is stored. That's where your charge is stored in the cell. So that's why he uses a huge graphite rod. But the one he has, those things are pretty expensive now to get a rod that big. I made small ones, tester ones, and they work just as good. I was able to get over 2 amps of power out of them.
Nice.
Super caps with them and everything. But yeah, as long as you keep them hydrated, you can stick them in the earth, like an earth battery. They work great too. So.
Well, do you get any volts out of it?
Oh yeah, one of them, the average cell will put out about 1.7 volts. So the difference between Hutchison's crystal batteries, okay, you can't put them in series. It won't double the power. These things you can. So you can put 6, 8, 10, 20 of them in series, and it just keeps multiplying the power like a regular battery.
Well, I'm asking because you can, if you could do that, then you could put a, what's the thing called? Duty cycle on it.
Yeah.
And then I could change the volts and amps on it.
Sure. Yep.
And then I could run a Tesla coil at 13 volts and 2 amps and have a monster field come out of this thing.
Sure. Yep. And you can bury them in the ground and you use the moisture from the ground to keep the cells hydrated.
Well, that way I can run them next to plants and run this thing 24/7.
Yep. Pretty much.
Oh, that's awesome. I might look into buying some of that.
Yeah, it's the ribbon doesn't cost that much. I think it's like $10-$20. Get yourself a good graphite. What I did was I got a PVC tube and I bought the carbon graphite spray. So I sprayed the PVC pipe with the carbon spray and built it the same way, and it works. So you don't have to buy a big, huge graphite rod to do it.
It just has to have a carbon structure to it.
Yeah, because carbon's where the charge gets stored, right? So you got the magnesium ions, goes through the paper towel where it's wet. Because it's wet, it allows the ion flow from the magnesium to the graphite, and the graphite stores that charge.
And does it go directly onto the magnesium? It goes directly onto the graphite?
No, you have to have like a paper towel to separate it. That's your separator.
Okay.
Or your dielectric. So you could use paper towel, whatever, J cloth. It'll work too. Yeah.
Interesting.
But what recommending that you put like salt water?
Yeah, there are a lot of those materials I've been studying for my power cell technology, but there are other materials that you can use to make that charge go a lot longer. So yeah, it's all in the hydration. You got to keep it hydrated for those cells to work.
Imagine the garden that you could have with like the around,
Yeah.
like the in your on your land or in your yard, or like everything would yield probably like I don't know. More
Yeah,
time.
you could set up all your pot lights in your garden, and then have about 3 or 4 of these cells stuck in the ground. Hook it up. And every time it rains, your lights come on.
So I have a. Oh, I'm sorry.
saver.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm saying it's a space saver. It's not like in your face, but something. But it's like in the ground. So I don't know.
Yep, that's the best.
Go ahead.
As long as there's humidity or a bit of moisture on it, yep, you got power.
So I got a viewer who's asking if anybody is familiar with Gerard Morin or Nigel Cooper.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
I've made.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
You never heard of Gerard Morin?
No.
It's like one of the best free energy guys, as far as understanding the energy flow.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I did a quick Google search, and a recent Reddit post asked, what happened to Gerard Morin? He hasn't posted in like 5 years or something, and that was like 10 months ago.
He got away from he's one of the, I call it the crazy inventor. He just went nuts with the YouTube thing, and finally he just disappeared. I don't even know if the guy's still alive.
Last time he went to, what did he say? He went to this program where they paid his bills and stuff, and it was like, they said it was a nonprofit. I doubt that, but they were paying him to do his research there.
Yeah,
so he got off YouTube, stopped doing all the experiments and stuff, and all the good stuff went there.
That happens a lot. That does happen a lot.
So what organization did he go to?
He put it on his webpage. His YouTube, and it links you right to the page. So I can't remember the name of it, but he had it on there. I linked back to it last year.
Yeah, he probably had some non-disclosures and all that stuff. If he was able to get major funding, chances are, he would be under NDAs. Yeah, very possible.
Have you guys ever built any HHO systems, electrolysis?
Yep, I made one, and I had it running in my Grand Prix back in the early 2000s.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
Yeah, Phil just built one a little while back and showed it on the channel.
Yep.
Oh, that's really cool. I'll have to check that out.
I had a friend of mine make one, and he went for the emissions test. All his carbon and carbon monoxide, everything went to 0.
That's funny.
Yep. The guy who did the test couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's
then
really
he
cool.
shut the device off and did the test again, and then it went to normal levels.
That's so great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I start dabbling with that stuff. Early 2000s. I had a 2001 Pontiac Grand Prix, a 6-cylinder, 3.8 liter, and I put it in that thing, and I got 25-mile better range on it. Like I was getting better fuel economy, especially when I got onto the highway. Wow, I was getting almost 50 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Cool.
That's really
And
good.
they work really, really good on diesel. So if you have a diesel vehicle, that's the thing to use.
Yeah, I was watching the guy, Bob Boyce, I think his name was.
Yeah.
And he was talking about he was into that and then got over to the structured water side with that little Tesla device that he used, which sticks the rod down the center, kind of ironic, and structures the water. And it does everything in those systems. It just reconfigures it to make it work better.
Yeah.
They asked how did you get the magnetic field to pull the oxygen? Well, what do you think structured water's doing?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, it's interacting with the oxygen in the water.
Yep.
I just found it hilarious because they show it like an artery. The both sides are, in clamp, and then you see the flow in the center of it.
Right.
And that's the way it works. And it separates everything out. Crazy though.
There's a lot of cool devices. Yeah, so I started dabbling with that around 2001, and then I started talking to Hutchison around 2005, and he was the one who really kind of inspired me to, go further with different.
Hutchinson?
Yeah, John Hutchison.
Wow, you spoke to John. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I talked to him back in 2005. Actually, I talked to him a couple of times.
That's so cool.
Right. See, back then I was doing podcasting back then, and podcasting was pretty much in its infancy at that time. So I had him on, and I also had Jim Mars on. Quite a few people from Coast to Coast, AM, with Art Bell. I had quite a few of his guests on. Can't even remember half the names, but yeah, it was pretty popular. I started having a lot of weird things happen to me at that time, so I kind of got away from that scene for a little while. I was attracting all the wrong publicity. Let's say.
Oh.
Yep, Spyman. That was my website, spyman.ca. That's where Gerald seen me the first time. I was on spyman.ca.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I met some interesting characters. Sherman Skolnick, he was another one. Tom Hennigan was related to the Bush family. He was kind of somebody he was married. Yeah, he was married to some lady, and she was related to the Bush family. Oh yeah, I had some pretty crazy conspiracy shows going there.
That sounds interesting, though.
Yeah, I was using what was the software was I using? Yeah, it was. Oh yeah, that's what it was called. It was called Pirate Radio. It was one of the very first podcasting softwares on the market. So I was using that as my platform at that time. It was called Pirate Radio. So I don't even know if they're still around. They were a company out in Vancouver that made the software, and it's like, yeah, I gotta try this, right? So
I think I remember that name. Pirate Radio.
Pirate Radio. Yeah. So that was my real introduction to the podcasting thing. And then I got away from it for a long time until YouTube, and then, technology got better, and now we're using the StreamYard platform, and yeah, it's a lot different than what it was in, 15 years ago, almost 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun, though. I had some really, really good shows.
Wow.
Especially, I had Hutchison on twice. And I also had Jim Mars on. He was really good. It's too bad he's gone.
You know that's a funny thing because every time the new technology starts, you always have the nerds and the intellectual that are there first. But after it becomes like mainstream, like everybody uses it, but it's always the same thing. When it starts, you only have the little nerds that knows everything and they, they know that stuff. So it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't know how many times. Like I had a big crowd back then. Like I was crashing my server. Like I was having people trying to hack my server. I had a program, some interesting programs back then to track people. And it turns out I had the Men in Black, let's say Men in Black from Montville, New Jersey, watching our show. So it would go like 2 minutes before I go on air. All of a sudden, my internet just dies. It shuts off for some apparent reason. So I would have to wait 5-10 minutes before it would come back on and then start the show because somebody's messing with me. So
Can you still use that now? Can you still like use that now?
Use what now?
Like you're like knowing who is watching exactly through that.
No, it's way out of date now. I imagine there are new programs out there, but I haven't really been in that arena of hacking materials and stuff.
Not hacking. It's nice to know who's watching. It's nice to know who's watching.
Yeah,
people use VPN these days anyway.
Yeah, you got VPNs like Philip's saying, right? That was a big thing. VPNs were just kind of coming out around that time. So I didn't really have access to it. But man, I would watch these guys come in my server, or attempt to come in, and I would see them, and I would actually announce on the show their IP address and say, "What are you doing?" And I would say their IP address, and then all of a sudden they would just drop off.
That's funny. Nice.
That's the I don't know if you're familiar with hacker lingo, but that's the equivalent of pulling a hacker's pants down.
Yeah, I was pulling a lot of pants down.
That's funny.
I had a friend back then. He had this thing called his green disc, and he, whenever somebody would piss him off, sort of speak, he would say, "Oh, I'm pulling that green disc out. Don't piss me off." So I had some interesting tools at my disposal back then, which are completely out of date now, which don't really do too well now with all the different tech and software development now. It's totally different now. But those were cool times. I really enjoyed those times. I miss it. It was a lot of
Yeah, somebody's got to continue Art Bell's legacy, man. That Coast to Coast Radio show that he did was very important. He had a lot of.
You know what? In the beginning, George Norrie was really good, and then after George Norrie got in there, he started trying to pull the strings. So him and Art Bell did not get along at all.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I didn't specifically like Nori versus. I loved Bell's show. Like I always would listen to the old, clips of Bell and his interviews with people. They were top notch. He had some really good interviews with some really important people.
Yeah, he had a really good interview with Terrence McKenna. It's still on YouTube. You could probably find it. Art Bell's last interview with Terrence McKenna. Awesome show, man. That show just blew my mind because he talks about time and time travel, and he died in 2000. He died from brain cancer, and everything that's going on right now with AI and singularity and all the problems social engineering problems we got going on now. He was talking about this stuff in the mid 90s. He was way ahead of his time in some of the stuff. So yeah, definitely there are some interviews still on YouTube with Terrence McKenna. Definitely one of my favorite guests on shows, especially when he was on Art Bell. It was just amazing.
Yeah. So how do you feel, Lulu?
Good. Why?
I see like a little cloud of smoke.
Oh, she's sitting in her car. She's been in the car half the night.
She hotboxing it?
The car. I've been by the window.
Did you at least get the good stuff?
No, it's cigarettes. It's cigarettes. Just regular
Oh man.
regular cigarettes right here.
At least have some fun. You get the munchies and everything else. And
yeah, Ben, I got my nuts again.
I don't know what you're talking about. Regular cigarettes. Regular cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
See, they have the bands
A
on.
little bit of warp drive as you're sitting still.
Yeah.
I had those days, man.
My driveway. I'm sitting in my driveway. Yeah. It's
Oh
too
man.
up inside and too cold outside. So,
You want to talk about cold? Come to Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, how much is it right now in Toronto?
look at the coast.
It's warming up now. It's
Sound like
-3 here in Toronto right now.
It's -9 here.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally was driving home one day and didn't realize that it hadn't dissipated yet and it was just kicking in. And it literally was like Star Trek warp speed was going, whoa, right past me with all the lights. I literally had to pull over for like 30 minutes and sit in a Jack in a Box eating a burger, dude, because I could not drive. I was like, there's no way. You know what I mean? I'm thinking I'm in Star Trek and I'm just sitting there. I go, no, there's no way. I should have known better and I didn't. Yeah, it was an adventure. All the windows are rolled down and everything, and I'm sure I was about to be pulled over that day.
What's
Can
that?
you see that?
What's that?
Can you
To
see
save
that?
the fish. That guy, man, what a turd.
The governor of California.
You guys are funny.
All smile and hair.
Oh,
It's not all he's good for. Is a picture. If it's not a photo op, like the biggest photo op was the lady that came up to him in his car, right? As he pulls up to the place. So if you can imagine this, he's got like this pimped out fucking SUV, right? It's all super clean. And you look around and the whole area is devastated with fire. Like every house is burnt down around him. And here's this perfectly clean SUV in the middle of it. And some lady comes out like totally dirty and stuff from being around the fire and stuff. And this guy's like, oh, don't come near me. Don't come near me. I'm clean. And it was like, dude, you are total trash, bro. Like, there's no getting around that. Like, you should call Justin Trudeau. You guys can double date. You know, you guys are bad.
Oh, man.
That guy, man. He's like, well, why do we run out of water in the fire hydrants? And he's going, that's a city thing, man. I don't understand it. Aren't you the governor? Like, isn't it your job to look over what they do? Like, he goes, oh, well, we got a LA fire chief, man. Oh, she's blazed out on LGBTQ, but she has no idea how to fill up the water tanks. Gee, you mean you hired her because who she has sex with instead of how to fill up a water tank? I mean, that's the basic level. Like, water tank, fill up, that's where you got to start. If you can't fill that up, don't apply for the job.
All those politicians, they're all space cadets.
Yeah, and the mayor.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. The mayor of LA, she said like, we're gonna study what we could have done better and what we could have improved, and She should have been already prepared. You know, she's completely reactive. She doesn't know.
She should
doesn't know
study
what
how a
she's doing.
resume works.
Yeah,
She's going to need to make one.
All those
Yeah.
politicians, they should stick them all on the space station and let them destroy each other.
Send them in an active volcano, you know.
Dude, we could sell tickets to that. Just how they clog the toilet when it sucks it out of your butt automatically. They're horrifyingly bad. They ruin everything. Like they were giving her crap right as she's getting on the airplane, right? And she's gonna go out to the runway. And the guy says, Elon Musk says you're incompetent, right to her face, man. And she just sat there and took it. It was like, wow. You know it's over when that happens. Someone just calls you incompetent right to your face, and you're like, well, maybe. And
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. I didn't blame her for not arguing because you can't argue the point that he was wrong. Oh, man.
Politicians or something else.
Yeah, it's a joke.
No wonder the world has fallen apart.
No, but politician by definition is all like I was saying the other day, all people who failed law end up politicians, or all the failed actors and actresses, they all end up politicians.
Wow, yeah, she was not an actor or actress or anything or whatever she presented herself as. She was nothing, man. She's horrifyingly bad. Like, I'm glad I don't live that far over into the crazy world of California, because how do you feel about your vote now? Because we tried to oust that piece of garbage governor, and then a bunch of morons said, no, we're Democrat. We gotta have this guy. And then now their house is burning down, and it's like, do you really want to have him now?
Yeah, that's the
today.
That's the consequence of voting blue no matter who. You know what I mean? That's the mentality. You know, you can't have that kind of like one-sided mentality.
Yeah.
The problem is you've got two kind of lanes. One lane works on the preventative issues for them not happening, and then you've got the other lane that just wants to create a solution to benefit monetarily off of it. You know?
Yeah, they're reactive people, and they yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so like when it comes to politics, it's like, what line do you want to play on? Do you want to play on the preventative government, or do you want to play on where we have to like save whatever remnants of it that there still is, and fund that? And so
be reactive and just act upon who yells the loudest. If this, you don't prevent anything, just react upon if the most people that yell somewhere are not happy, then you
oh, that's right, reactionary culture.
Science says like we strive towards preventative. That's why the field of science, knowledge and things, and then you've got the all the problems and corruption. How the money's being spent on like things that they spend on now could have been prevented if the money was out properly. Towards the preventative.
But they don't care. They're not scientists. They're not proactive. They're reactive. That's all they are. They just sleep all day long, or I don't know what they're doing, but.
The big thing in California, if they start using free energy devices to desalinate water, you guys wouldn't have that problem right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, that lady, man, she's going to study how it got broken. Well, you won't be around to study it because you're getting fired. I mean, that's the way it's going to work. A lot of people, you're getting fired. Like, I don't care if it's blue, they'll find another blue moron to put in your place because
it's not based on merit anymore. It's based on DEI shit. So
popularity contest. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I should go in there and wear a dress. Maybe I can get a job, huh? I don't have to have any qualifications. I'll be the ugliest woman there, but man, sure get that job.
You just made me choke on my food.
Ooh la la.
Oh my god. You guys are funny.
Nathan in a tutu.
Oh man, I'd be the best governor ever. Oh man, I'd fire everybody. Like even the guy walking down the hall next to me, I'd fire him. We got to start over. Like I'm gonna keep firing until I can't fire no more, and then, man, I'll restructure the whole thing to actually work like a business, and then that'll be it. We'll actually get somewhere.
Look at that. Look at. Can you answer this question right here?
I can't even read it right now. Kind of blurry.
It's a blurry. Oh, hold on.
How can you prove you're a well-deserved DIA hire during an interview? You have to show live evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can you prove that you're gay or something? You know.
I got a rainbow tattoo on my ass. How about that? I go in my assless chaps and go, here you go. I got it. That's right.
Okay, you're hired then.
That's right. Right on the spot. Look at that.
I
Whoa,
want to see it first. Pull down your pants.
Put a few teddy bears on your back of your car or on in front of your dashboard.
Oh.
Yeah. They'll think that.
Oh yeah, I'll get a Prius and everything. I'll gay it all up. I'll have flags flying off of that thing, man. I'll be hopping to that fucking interview, man. We'll be doing great.
Nathan's having a gay time.
Oh yeah, dude. I'll put it right in the parade. I'll drive right through the parade with my Prius. You know what I mean? Clapping and everything with the fat guy in the thong that's always there every year. Oh yeah.
I know that guy you're talking about.
I think, Nathan, you're enjoying that idea too much.
I'm sorry. It's you have to laugh at it. My power's been out for like a day and a half. It's like, seriously, dude? Like I know you got problems, but I don't need my power out. So you kind of pissed me off, and my wife said I can't yell at the TV no more. So I gotta get it out somewhere.
You cannot throw the remote on the TV anymore.
Yeah. No. Well, I don't throw things. It's not that. It's just, when you get older, you start talking to the TV like it's somebody you could talk to. Like you're yelling at them like, that's freaking wrong, you moron, right? And you're just going off, and your wife's just looking over at you like, what the hell's his problem?
Yeah.
It's just, sorry, it's bad.
Oh, it's like, you have to sometimes talk to yourself because nobody else will listen,
Yeah, I do talk when I sleep, so that's my problem, man. That's why I'm not a good lawyer, because I talk when I sleep.
Oh, you were talking earlier when you were sleeping.
Yeah.
We saw you over there snoozing. You got a good nap. I was jealous. I'm like, man, I could really use those kind of Z's.
Yeah, man, it's like, that's pretty bad. I just fall asleep like crazy. I need to train. Too much cake.
No, first you had the munchies. So I was wondering in my head if you got some of the good stuff. You know what I mean? Like Lulu was supposed to have. And you just got the munchies and then passed out.
Like, here, I'm being framed without evidence. Like, evidence on that.
We're off the rails again.
Oh, that's okay. Every Saturday they put me in the same position, Lulu. Like some of the stuff Joe talks about, man, I feel like I'm really high. Like my brain's gonna explode some of these days. If I literally did that before I went on the show, man, it would be the strangest show ever. Like it's like Bernie said that one time. I was on shrooms while watching the Francine tank on the Star Trek on shrooms. You know what I mean? Just the best thing ever. Like double shrooming it.
Nathan's first time, he's gonna sit there for like 10 minutes before he says a word. He's just gonna look around for like a few minutes. You're looking at his coil.
Some conversation with coil.
Start playing it like nice coil. Nice. All these coils will have names.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, they'll all be names of governors he doesn't like.
He's got little faces. Like little faces.
Oh, God. Wow.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh. All right, Mike, do me a favor. Play that guy. I got to see it on here, man. That one I sent you earlier. Since we're having a good time about it. You got to see this. You got to get a good laugh.
In the private chat there?
Yeah. Since we're getting probably close to the end.
Oh, okay. This guy is fake?
Yeah. Dude, it's real short,
there we go.
Uh,
but it's the best.
Okay, I'll share my screen here. You guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scalar light administrators.
Hi, I'm Tom Palladino. I'm in my scalar light laboratory. I want to demonstrate how a scalar light instrument can balance the chakras. I'm holding in my hand a diagram of chakras. When a person emails their photograph to us, we actually place their photograph inside the instrument. This instrument is anywhere the scalar energy.
Horseshit.
There's so much energy coming off that instrument that it can illuminate fluorescent light bulbs in my hand.
I didn't even take him out of the package.
So consider that amount of energy entering into your chakras.
What?
Every day on the shines of bells. Visit the link below. Anybody in the world is entitled to email us your photographs, include your family members and pets. The link below will allow any of you to receive 30 days of free sessions. So try it. There's no obligation.
Oh my God. Really?
I have this button here that says no. I like to push it when I want to outsource this job to a higher authority.
I think that's like the scam of all scams, you know. Like
My chakra needs it.
Oh.
But I mean, we gotta call them out, you know, when we see them. So.
I mean, what are you gonna do? That's like, send me your picture, seriously. That was bad.
Dude, he's data collecting. He wants the picture. He wants their email, and their pet's name for, like, you know, in passwords they say the first like question in a password. What is your pet's name? I mean, he's data collecting, like data points. You know, like basic information, like, you know.
Oh, that's sad.
That's like time, like scammer.
Well, it was in the first few seconds. It was like as soon as you saw his shirt and everything, you're like, no way. Okay. No way. Okay. And then it got worse. It was like progressively going downhill as you're watching it. And you're like, they can't slide no lower. Oh, no, it did. Oh, no, there goes some more.
Wow.
Oh.
That's terrible.
You feel dirty watching that guy.
I feel dirty. Oh, man. Anyways, guys, I'm getting tired here. It's
I feel I slept already. Me, I mean.
Yeah, you're wide awake again.
There was one more topic I wanted to open. You
Okay.
know, they're banning TikTok here. in the United States.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of that?
They're banning TikTok?
Some states, have implemented anti-TikTok legislation.
Yep.
Yeah, Trump kind of postponed that stuff. Why did he postpone it?
Don't know, but this was today.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't use TikTok, so I don't care. But TikTok, they collect all the data to China, anyways.
Yeah.
So it's a Chinese company, so they collect. Obviously, the cameras they're working, the microphones they're working on your cell phone. Even if you don't talk, the microphone is working all the time on your cell phone. So they record everything you say. They send that to China. But how can you? It's like when I was working for General Dynamics, I knew all that stuff. I knew that cell phone would randomly take pictures without your consent. But I was in we were working on a secret lab, so it's an easy way to get information in secret labs. You know what I
Right,
mean?
industrial espionage. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's all they're doing.
Wow, that's bad.
Yeah. I personally don't use TikTok. I've uploaded it uploaded to the platform in the past for video shorts, but I don't use it. So
It's
I don't
like
know.
the Discord server that Jeremiah uses and Space Case are using. It's a Chinese owned, so you can't. They're just gonna sort out all your information. And
I try not to use Discord because it's complicated. Its user interface is really wonky. But
I know.
I mean, I only use it if there's no other option for talking to somebody, because some people don't like to chat outside of Discord.
Yeah, and it's a pain to log in sometimes, and when you log out, it's a pain to log back in. So it depends. But yeah.
Just interesting news, for the data world and the science world on information.
Oh yeah, did you know that now that Zuckerberg lost the case, he's disabling the fact checkers on Facebook.
Oh boy.
Now that Trump won, he kind of he plays innocent,
Yeah, he's been kind of trying to flip flop on his opinions there,
Yeah,
and cozy up to the administration.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's tough to follow up, but anyway, I don't want to add more than that. I have a host. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Look at that. Can you see that?
It's a little. Oh, there we go.
South Park. I'm sorry.
After years of stealing your data on Facebook and censoring truth, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, gonna wrap it up. Thanks a lot, chat. You were great tonight. A lot of people on the chat tonight, sharing information and stuff. We go live again next Friday at 9:00 Eastern. Nathan, you got your show tomorrow at.
Yeah, tomorrow 10 a.m. California time, so that's probably
1 o'clock Eastern. Yeah,
that's right.
Great, awesome. Well, thank my panel for joining me tonight. As usual, Nathan, Philip, Ben, Lulu, everybody have a great weekend. And don't forget, check out Ben's channel and Nathan. They got stuff going on all the time.
BeneficenceTV, yes.
Yep, awesome. All right, guys, have a great night, great weekend. We'll see everybody soon.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Cheers.
All right, guys, I really appreciate you for tuning in this evening for our pregame show and for the League of Extraordinary Inventors podcast for Fridays. We have this podcast every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our next podcast for this channel will be Monday for the Fringe Think Tank, which will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do have another episode of the Red Pill series coming soon. Depending on my schedule, I'm not sure when that's going to hit. It might be this weekend. It might be sometime next week. So stay tuned and stay awake. Good night and good luck, everybody.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity, there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fire. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.